gosh. Good morning. Sorry, I have the hiccups, you guys. If anybody is on here, I am running behind, but they're still reading jury instructions for the Ballerina trial. So if there's anyone watching, that is what is happening right now. But I am here. Good morning. Good afternoon, Kirsten. I forgot it's afternoon in Germany. How are you? They're reading jury instructions right now for the Ballerina trial. I just wanted to catch up with everybody before they get into opening statements. How's everything going over there? I'm tired, obviously, as you could tell. I'm still trying to wake up. Gwen and I emailed 1,000 people yesterday. She emailed 500 and I emailed 500 to donate money to Michael's campaign. So we had to email them individually because it wouldn't let us mass email. I probably got scammed, but hopefully I didn't. I don't know. I paid for a donor list of emails, and it was extra to be able to mass email them. So we had to literally individually email 1,000 people. So we will see what happens. I have been like really shaming people on Twitter because all they're doing is bragging about how much money they're giving to Kamala Harris's campaign, like millions of dollars. Good morning, LaDonna. To Kamala Harris's campaign. And I'm like, oh, you have millions of dollars to give to Kamala Harris. Can you please give some money to Michael Jackson Bolanos? I mean, isn't that what the Democrat Party stands for, is helping people like Michael? I don't know, just saying. But I can't even open social media really except to share Michael's GoFundMe, because otherwise, let me show you guys. And I'll, for those of you who have not seen Michael's fundraiser that we are doing for him, this is, I do now have PayPal. It's on my little running board down there. But if you have not seen Michael's GoFundMe, he has a GoFundMe now. I've started. He does need money to continue to pay for his lawyers. In case those of you who do not know, his lawyers are not court appointed. They are, he does have to pay for those attorneys. So we are trying to raise money. Yes, you can donate, Kirsten, if you would like. I do now have a PayPal. I set it up just for you and anyone else who doesn't have access to other options. And I love the Buy Me a Coffee program because I don't need YouTube in order to do that. There's memberships on there as well. So it's really cool. So it's not the end of the world that YouTube does not monetize me. So I was all upset for nothing. But anyway, it's really all for Michael. So hopefully, whatever we can do to get Michael some monies, and then once we're done raising enough money for Michael, and GoFundMe had me pick this amount, so it would be great to get that amount, but that's not really. It's just a lofty goal. That's just what they told me to put on there. So it would be nice. But once we finish helping Michael, then hopefully we can start upgrading my equipment at some point, and also having a fund set aside to help other people like Michael. That would be fantastic. I would actually like to start a funding. I did too. I wrote to Toddy. I wrote to I wrote to so many people yesterday. I also have to make a lot of phone calls today. I wrote to Voice of Detroit. I called Voice of Detroit and left them a message. I called a bunch of churches in Detroit yesterday, which I need to call back today because I was so busy doing emails. And then also I got really distracted yesterday. So I have to call some more churches in Detroit because I'm hoping that some people will show up to the courthouse Thursday for Michael. So we'll see. I don't know. I'm trying everything I can, but we'll see. You know, every dollar counts. I mean, honestly, if I had every subscriber that I have donate $1, that would be a huge help. And if I had every person that on my TikTok and every person on my Instagram donate, like, it would be helpful. But I have a lot of people sharing, so that's good. A lot of people are sharing the GoFundMe. Yeah, I reached out to Toddy because she has a good following, and she's very loud and whatnot. So I'm kind of hoping that she'll reach back out to me. So we'll see what happens. But we'll see. I'm sure Gwen's tired too. She was up late last night. Later, well, I mean, she's an hour ahead of me, so she was up later than I was. I mean, I don't want to say later, but yeah, later because she's an hour ahead. But bless her heart, she has a Kindle. She was fast. But emailing 1,000 people is not a joke. That's a very lengthy process. Individual emails, 1,000 people. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll hear something. We'll start seeing the numbers go up for Michael. What else? What did you guys think of seeing Brian on the channel? Did it help? Answer any questions or anything like that? There's so many more questions I wanted to ask him. He was so kind. He was great. He was on here for almost an hour. So I was so excited and so nervous about talking to him because I was just like anxious and waiting to talk to him forever throughout this whole trial. But he was really good. And I know I've been waiting to talk to you guys about it ever since. So yeah, he's really good. Okay, they're doing opening statements now, so let's get on with this.
Sometimes law enforcement, they know that bruises sometimes don't show up right away, that it takes several days. for these bruises to show up. So they took pictures several days later. And you'll see those pictures and you'll see. The problem was that's not what she wanted. They lived.
As this is their chance to tell you what they believe.
This
Okay.
case is about a woman.
Opening statements, you
who
guys,
very
for the
early on in her
ballerina.
pregnancy decided she wanted to be a single mother. And she did not want the father of this child to have any visitation, her husband. And everything she did from that point on was to attain that goal. And she would stop at nothing to attain that goal. She tried several things in the system that you'll hear. The courts, law enforcement, Department of Children and Families, no one got on her side. And at the end, when there was no other option, she shoots him and kills him and claims self-defense. Now, this couple, Doug Banfield and Ashley Banfield, were married. They had moved to Florida from South Carolina. They lived together in South Carolina. Now, when they lived down here in Florida in Bradenton, they did not live together.
Yeah, I've had a couple
Obviously,
of
there were
donations.
issues. Doug Banfield lived in his own apartment. Ashley Banfield lived with her mother, Alicia Byers, in a home with their daughter once she gave birth. She had this daughter who at the time was a toddler when she shot Doug. While they were living separate, they were still interacting with each other with the goal, the apparent goal of seeking reconciliation, reconciling this family and becoming a family. They were going to restaurants. They were going to Selby Gardens. They were hanging out at the pool at Doug Banfield's apartment complex. By all images, they looked like they were trying to reconcile. The problem was that is not what Ashley Banfield wanted. Although that's what she was portraying, that's not what she wanted. At the time that this shooting happened, they were planning to move to Maryland. Ashley's mother had inherited a home in Maryland, and they were going to move to Maryland. Doug was also going to move to Maryland. They were going to continue to live separate and continue to attempt to reconcile, but they were all going to move to Maryland together.
Yeah, it's a
Excuse me.
ad that she
At
wrote
the time that this happened,
trying to
everybody
get a
was
new
in moving
attorney.
mode.
She's not going to get one.
There were boxes everywhere, furniture, beds upended. They had a U-Haul that they were using together. They had a pod that was in the defendant's driveway that they were putting all of their
Yeah,
things
this
into.
is
And every day
very
around this
sad
time,
case,
Doug Banfield
Madonna.
was going to Ashley's home to putting these things into the pod, putting these things that this was a ruse. She didn't intend to reconcile. She didn't intend to try to make this work. And the problem was there was a court hearing on September 30th of 2020. And at that court hearing, all of this was going to come out. It was going to come out that she was acting one way when she was by herself, and she was acting another way when she was with Doug Banfield. That she was telling him she wanted to work on things, that she wanted to get this marriage back together. But yet when separate, she was saying she had absolutely no intention of reconciling, did not want him around, and did not want this to work. On the 30th of September, this was going to come out. On the 27th of September, she shoots him and kills him. 3 days before this hearing and 3 days before this information was to become public. Now, there was no one else at the house at the time of the shooting. It was just Doug and Ashley. While Ashley's mother and child lived there, they had gone to the park. As soon as Doug got to the house, Alicia Byers takes her granddaughter and they go to the park. So the only people at the house are the defendant and the victim. And you're going to hear three very important things about this shooting. Number one, Ashley Banfield was the only person that was
Yeah,
armed.
Lori Vallow-Daybell,
It was
Sarah
her gun.
Boone, Donald Edison.
She had
Gonna be
it from
crazy.
before. It's not like she took it away from Doug. It was her gun. And Doug Banfield was not armed. He had no gun, no knife, no club, no weapon of any kind. Number two, Ashley Banfield was not injured. Law enforcement took pictures of her right after the shooting. And then again, you'll hear in a few days, they took more pictures. Because sometimes law enforcement, they know that bruises sometimes don't show up right away, that it takes several days for these bruises to show up. So they took pictures several days
Morning,
later.
Gwen.
And you'll see those pictures and you'll see that Ashley Banfield is not injured. She has some very
Thank you
superficial
so much
scratches
for helping
on her
yesterday.
midsection. Who knows where they came from?
It was
She had
huge,
cats in the
huge.
house, but who knows? But this is the only injury to her. And the
Couldn't have
third
done it
thing
without
is
you.
the trajectory of the fatal bullet. Now, he was shot multiple times, but one of the bullets was fatal. The trajectory of that bullet was side to side. It was not straight on. Doug Banfield was not facing her, coming at her at the
I
time
know, right?
that the fatal shot was fired. Now, as you go through this trial, it's a lot of information, a lot of timeline, but it's all very important to understand the tenor of this relationship between these two people. And it goes all the way back to when they met, back in 2016. That was the end of August 2016, they meet. They were both involved in some political event and they met. 13 days later, they married. Doug Banfield was 54 years old. Ashley Banfield was 24 years old. So there was a 30-year age gap between the two of them. They knew each other 13 days and they got married. Ashley Banfield was very into the ballet, had been an ex-dancer.
Yeah,
Her dream was to start a ballet
I got
company.
backgrounds
And lo and
to
behold,
choose
her
from.
husband
Very
has
limited,
the money
but
and the connections to get this done.
I would say I
So
wish this is my
he
house, but
begins
this is
and
not
she
my
begins
taste.
to
So.
put this ballet company together. And they do put a ballet company together. But before it can actually take off, it falls apart. Before they're married even a whole year, so in April of 2017, Doug Banfield has
My
his
clock is
vasectomy
kind of messy right
reversed
now.
because they want a child. Within weeks or months of the vasectomy reversal, the defendant is pregnant. So all within a year of being married, they have done a vasectomy reversal, gotten pregnant, started a ballet, and the ballet has crumbled.
Well, I don't know if you guys
While
saw
Ashley
yesterday
is
in the
pregnant,
pre-trial
she decides
motions,
she's too sick
the
from the
defense
pregnancy,
attorney
morning
asked the
sickness,
court to remove
and that
himself.
she needs her mother to take care of her.
I am too,
Her mother's in
LaDonna.
Florida,
Every
in
day,
Bradenton,
like
Florida.
yesterday was a rough day for
So
me.
during the
I
pregnancy, she moves to Bradenton, Florida to live with her
just felt
mother
so
so her mother can
defeated.
take care of her.
I'm
during
thankful
the
for Gwen
sickness.
because Gwen just like
The
she stays
two
positive,
never
and
lived
I
together
just
again.
felt like
This was the last time these two lived together.
so super defeated yesterday.
They continued
But
a long distance relationship.
Today I didn't
when
want to get out of
she
bed,
first
but I
moved
got
to
a message
Florida
from Gwen, and I was like, "Dang it!"
and continued trying to keep it
Need
together in
my ladies.
communication. But about the same time as the ballet collapses, right about all of this time, Ashley Banfield starts complaints against the victim. Her complaints are things like, the main one was that Doug Banfield was poisoning her with heavy metals, and her unborn child was being poisoned, that there was poison in her tea, that he was giving her poison. There were also other complaints, domestic violence complaints, different types of complaints, but not once will you hear that she ever said he hit her. Not once did she ever say he choked her, kicked her, anything like that.
I've never heard of that, Gwen. I haven't even had a
Even
chance to look
though
at it, but I'm going to look
she's
at
making
it.
these complaints, the victim, Doug Banfield, is still trying to make this work. And you're going to see some text messages and hear some things. He's still trying to make this work. But she is having none of it. So at about the time that she's ready to give birth, Doug Banfield contacts an attorney here in Florida, Sarasota, Florida, Stephanie Murphy, and asks her to help. And asks her to help him write a letter to her, to Ashley Banfield, to state that he wants to be a part of the birth and he wants to be a part of this child's life, and to please keep in contact with him. Ashley never answers that letter. That letter is sent via email on March 15th of 2018, which was several weeks early. She wasn't due yet. And the next day, she is induced, her pregnancy is induced, and she gives birth to a daughter. She never tells Doug. He doesn't even know his child is born.
That's true,
for weeks.
So true.
And she never responds to the letter. The way that Doug knows that this child is born is that Ashley Banfield starts filing complaints again. And based on these complaints, he figures out, oh, my child's born. And now we have
something like Susan Smith. She's up for parole too.
The complaints revolved
They're
around the
paroling her.
poisoning and the things that I talked about earlier. And she filed for what's called a violation of injunction, or I'm sorry, she filed for an injunction. An injunction is our legal way of saying restraining order. So when someone wants a restraining order, they have to go through a process and go to court, and the court has to decide, and you get a restraining order. So that was her process. She was trying to get a restraining order against Doug, and the allegations were what I said to you. At the same time, Doug Banfield had not seen his child, had not met his child. So he did a cross complaint to say, please let me have contact with my child. I've never even met my child. So this was set for a hearing. And it ended up going 2 days. It was long. It was a long process, a lot of witnesses in family court. And it ended up going 2 days. It began in July 30th, 2018, and it finished on September 17th, 2018. And at the conclusion of that hearing, the judge said, no, you are not getting a restraining order, and no,
Of course,
you cannot
you are,
keep this man
LaDonna.
away from his child. And granted Doug Banfield immediate visitation with his daughter. He met his daughter for the first time. She was 6 months old. And at the time when they were exchanging custody, which was at the sheriff's office.
Oh, what an
for
evil woman.
meeting the child.
6 months?
All of this animus had been going on. I mean, they had just had these hearings and all of this. And at that first time sharing, that's what they call it nowadays. At the first time sharing, Ashley starts becoming very nice to Doug and says, basically, I'll go with you for the visitation. And that's what they do. The family goes off for visitation. And that begins approximately a year, of basically them working on the relationship, going out to restaurants, doing things, hanging out together as a family. About a year. Now, Doug never moves in with Ashley. He keeps a separate residence. But after almost a year, so around August of 2019, Ashley just stops talking to him. Just stops. And that's about the time Doug files for divorce. He finally says, okay, we're getting a divorce. Then what you'll hear is that the defendant started a whole new set of complaints. You will hear that she was involved in 5 different complaints, all revolving not around her this time, but about the child. Because now Doug has visitation with the child. So now these allegations are that Doug's abusing the child. And the allegations are that Doug's abusing the child. What you'll hear is that not one of these charges was ever prosecuted.
Her husband.
Not one of these charges ever left law enforcement. So the defendant now has tried these 5 complaints after Doug filed for a divorce. Law enforcement's not helping her. No one has said that Doug cannot see this child, so there's still visitation going on. And in this
I'm glad she's explaining all
this
this because this has been going on
meeting of
so
all
long. I've
these
forgotten
people,
all the
it was
details.
decided that Doug and Ashley Banfield will go for a psychological evaluation. So they do. And they go to Dr. Broder, and Dr. Broder does a very extensive psychological evaluation. And he meets with them together. He meets with them separately. He meets with them with the child, whose name is Emerson, by the way. She's a little girl. And at the time of the shooting, she was about
that's so sad.
not yet 2 years old. During this evaluation,
Yes, there's
and
some
what you'll hear from
jailhouse
Dr. Broder is
stuff
that
from Donna
Ashley Banfield acted
Edelson.
very different when she was with Doug
That woman's cuckoo
and
for
when she
Cocoa
was
Puffs.
not with Doug.
The Jews, man, the
When
Jews.
she was with Doug, it was, we're moving to Maryland. We're going to work on our relationship. We're going to try and make this family work. When she's not with Doug, she's saying, no way, no how. I do not want this. I don't want to reconcile with him. And to Doug's knowledge, all he's hearing is, I want to reconcile. So that's what he knows. That report was coming out at that hearing on September 30th, 2020. So September 30th, 2020, Ashley knew the ruse was up. Now, there had to be a request from both sides, the husband and the wife, to release this psychological report. And at one point before the hearing, Ashley Banfield tried to get Doug to drop that so the report would not get out, would not be released. Doug refused. So that report was coming out on the 30th, and on the 27th, she kills him and claims self-defense. Now, you're probably going to hear a lot of information about Doug Banfield. Probably some negative things, not so nice things. I would just ask you to remember who's saying them and why. Just because someone speaks words does not make it true. So use your common sense as you go through this trial. This is a long story with a lot of information, but you'll see that this was a custody battle that this mother was going to win at all costs. And the cost was the life of Doug Banfield. And that is murder. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Judge Wright.
Gosh, Donna, I need to look up the details of that. I'm not sure. Y'all, is the same attorney from the Michael Keatley trial? He sounds the same. I've seen him a couple of times in some other cases. I'm going to look at that case again, LaDonna, because I think I tried to watch it, but I've been so caught up in Michael's, I haven't been able to watch it. I didn't get the whole thing. I'll be right back, you guys. Oh, this lawyer. I want to say he's the same lawyer for Michael Keatley, but
This is the divide between generations.
I don't know.
I'm in the old school. I'd like to know that I have a picture and it's reliable. This is the new world.
Okay, I'll be right back.
We rely on
I'm
technology.
still watching.
I'm not sure that I'm a fan. All right, here we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Douglas Banfield. He was 58 when Ashley Banfield was forced to shoot him. Can I see the second picture, please? I want you to note how he's built for a 58-year-old man. Now, despite being raised by a family who taught me that it was ill to speak about the dead in an unflattering sense, I'm going to have some strong words about Douglas Banfield, the alleged victim in this case. I say alleged victim because he was anything but that. The evidence is going to show that Douglas Banfield was a very disturbed man. Of that, I assure you, you'll have no doubt when the case is over. 30 years older than Ashley, he was obsessed with her, and he successfully portrayed himself as everything he was not in an effort to win her hand in marriage. Despite promoting himself as a religious, honorable, and decent human being, Doug Banfield was a manipulative, cunning, and abusive man who absolutely insisted on control. Among other things, you're going to learn during this trial that over the course of this 4-year relationship, Douglas Banfield did the following. He fired a handgun into the ceiling of their kitchen on an occasion to stop Ashley from talking. He threw a loaded gun at Ashley. He punched their dog in the face so hard that he knocked the dog unconscious. He regularly carried a concealed firearm that was racked, meaning pulled back and ready to fire. He unlawfully placed a tracker on Ashley Banfield's vehicle. He was regularly observed following Ashley Banfield in her car, driving in Manatee and Sarasota counties, despite the fact that he was living in South Carolina, having driven all the way just to tail her. He was caught by a neighbor at night, standing in the neighbor's backyard in an effort to peer into Ashley's house. He was in the drywall of their home when they lived together in South Carolina. And he had a previous marital history of domestic violence. Ashley Banfield was painfully aware of all of this on September 27th, 2020, the day of the homicide. And I want to assure you that this is not going to come to you from just one place. These are acts that were admitted by Douglas Banfield himself. Ashley Banfield feared him. That was no secret, ladies and gentlemen. She left him a letter when she moved out 3 years prior to the homicide, detailing how scared she was of him because of all of these acts. She feared for herself and for her unborn child. 3 years before the shooting. She left him. He pursued her. She rejected him. He would not take no for an answer. She at times despised him. He did not care. She moved to get away from him. He followed her. She decided to go to Maryland. Surprise. He decided to go to Maryland as well. She belonged to him He had the right to be with her, and no less than God decided that to be the case. Doug Benefield viewed Ashley Benefield as his property. Abusers seek to control their victims, to dominate them. At times, the pressure that Doug Benefield exerted and brought to bear upon Ashley Benefield was so overwhelming that it sometimes triggered questionable suspicions in Ashley's dedicated effort to protect herself and her child. Domestic violence victims have several things in common. Number one,
An argument, Judge?
Overruled.
Number one, they initially believe things will get better. Instead, they get worse. Number two, domestic violence victims develop a get along, go along attitude. It's the mentality because appeasement keeps the beast at bay. Just do what he wants and you'll be safe. These domestic violence victims constantly speak about walking on eggshells. And the reason they describe it like that is for fear of anything that they say may trigger a reprisal by the abuser. And if children are involved, everything is magnified. They become hypervigilant. Ashley Benefield developed all of those characteristics. So on 9/27/2020, the day of the homicide, Doug arrives at the residence of Ashley Benefield. And as you heard, they are living separately. He does not live there. He never resided there. This is at her home in Bradenton. He had no claim for entering that home on that day, except with the permission of Ashley, which she gave on that day because she was moving to Maryland and Doug was going to Maryland as well. But he knew, make no mistake, as the prosecutors told you, Doug Benefield knew full well on that day that this relationship was over. They were not going to be living together. Maybe, hopefully, they could work out some type of co-parenting agreement, but she was done. So how does that day's events unfold? What happens that results in us all assembling here this morning? It starts, ladies and gentlemen, with Doug Benefield once again seeking control. He is simmering when he arrives at Ashley's home on that afternoon. Why is he simmering? He's on a slow boil, actually, because he knows that Ashley's moving. He knows that this relationship is over. And immediately there's a discussion about how they should pack the belongings, with Ashley taking the position that her belongings should be packed last. Why? Because Ashley's things are going to be unloaded first. And Doug will then continue on to wherever it is that he was going to reside. So, this is the most vulnerable time for a domestic violence victim, when the abuser recognizes that he's about to lose her. So what's his response to this? All right, classic tactics of an abuser, they are threats and intimidation. On this afternoon, as the two of them are trying to pack this U-Haul and this pod. In an effort to avoid confrontation with him, Ashley says, after a short while, gee, I'm really pretty exhausted. Why don't we stop for the day? We can finish tomorrow. Doug ignores it. His response is to grow increasingly aggressive and hostile. Not once, but twice, Doug body checks Ashley. And by body check, I mean he passes her in a hallway, slams his shoulder into her shoulder, almost knocking her over. That's not enough. The next thing is, as they're passing in a hallway, he's carrying a cardboard box. He jams the cardboard box into Ashley's side, which leaves scratches that the police photographer took. Again, now fearing for her safety because she sees how he is escalating in his behavior, she tries to persuade him, look, let's finish for the day. It's getting late. I'm tired. No go. Instead, Doug bellows, I know what you're doing. You're trying to get me to leave. I'm your husband, and I can spend the night if I want to. Well,
Hey, Jenny.
that was enough for Ashley. She heads for the front door of the house to leave. Doug chases up to her, grabs her by the arm or hand, and spins her around so that his back is to the front door, blocking her from leaving. And he yells right in her face, where do you think you're going? Ashley, desperate at this point, Doug yells, you can't leave me. Ashley somehow finds the strength to summon up the nerve to say, I am done. You need to leave now. She commands him to leave the home. Terrified, while in his grasp, because he spun her around, his response is to smack her upside the head. And you'll see the pictures of her swollen face and her eye. And he yells, I am not done. Fearing for her life, as this was the first time that he had actually struck her. Up till then, it was always threats and intimidation. As intimidating as firing a gun may be to get you to stop speaking, he had never actually hit her. He'd pushed her. This time he struck her. Terrified after this, fearing for her life, she heads for her bedroom where she gets to the firearm. She turns around. She orders Doug to stop. When she looks up, he's in the doorway. Instead of seeing the gun and leaving, Doug gets into this warrior pose with his arms moving purposely and advances. At that point, petrified, she fires, believing that if he gets a hold of her, she will be either seriously injured or killed. To her horror, after firing, he continues to advance. She absolutely panics. She tries to get away and backs to the side to create more distance between them, but there is no place left for her to go in this small bedroom. At that point, in utter panic, she keeps firing the gun. She sees Doug's legs go up in the air, almost as if he was running and slipped, and he falls backwards. Instinctively, she flees the house and heads next door to John Sant's house. He's a neighbor. When all is said and done, ladies and gentlemen, and the testimony and the evidence is complete, the only thing that's going to have been established here beyond a reasonable doubt is that Douglas Banfield was a violent abuser. Ashley Banfield's efforts to placate him was absolutely consistent with what abused women do, especially when a child is involved, and that Ashley's result and resource to deadly force was absolutely justified under the circumstances. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes. Are we done for this, for the presentation for now?
Yes.
I'm just gonna say that old Doug is pretty dang good for 58 years old. I mean, my gosh. Hey, how are you, China? Can you type in your YouTube channel? Cause hello, been looking everywhere for it. And I type in the sixth commandment and I get the sixth commandment. The movie.
All right, State, call your first witness.
Tommy Banfield.
Why does she look like she's about to have a breakdown?
Tommy.
Oh, nice. Where have you been? Is this going to go on for a week? Pigeon Forge. Oh, Tennessee. She looks. Oh, she's about to have. She's probably going to be one of those ones they're going to have to take out of the courtroom because she's going to be so upset. Can't take it.
All right, members of the jury, there may be times where it may be a minute or two when witnesses are coming in or we're reconfiguring the courtroom. You're going to spend a lot of time sitting during this trial, so if you want, during these breaks, if you want to stand up, please feel free to do so, kind of stretch a little bit. There's not enough room for yoga poses and calisthenics, but sometimes it just helps to stand up on your feet and move your back a little bit. Please feel free to do that if you need to. Yes, go ahead.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
So if you want to get up, do some hip thrusts, Richard Simmons aerobics.
That's right. Good morning, Judge. My name is Judge Wine. I'm going to be presiding over this case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need it. Speak in a loud, clear voice, we'll hear you.
Yes, sir, I will.
Good morning.
Good morning, Suzanne.
Please state your name.
Tommy Douglas Banfield Jr.
Can you spell those?
Yes, ma'am. Tommie. Middle name Douglas, Douglas. Last name Banfield, Beneffield, and Jr.
And what was your relationship to Doug Benefield?
I'm Doug's first cousin.
Okay. How close were you and Doug?
Doug and I were completely attached, connected all the way through his adult life at varying times from daily to semi-annually, certainly quarterly, the whole entire adult life.
Oh yeah, that one too.
And how are you employed?
Very rich. And more
I'm
stuff has come
currently
out. They think
employed
her
by a
mom was
major
involved.
airline out of Atlanta,
her.
Georgia. And I
Kinda
run a
like
flight
the
school
Adelson
or a portion of a
situation.
flight school in Vero Beach, Florida, 3 days a week. It's a full-time job.
Okay. And were you and Doug close about flying?
Yes, ma'am. He followed me into the Navy. I was a Navy pilot off aircraft carriers. And Doug stayed with me in the months prior to him going into the Navy. He went through aviation officer candidate school, went through flight school, and then flew for 3 years and 2 deployments off aircraft carriers like I did. Same aircraft carrier, USS Nimitz, as a matter of fact.
Okay. How old was Doug Benefield when he died?
All right. He was 5 years younger than me. I'm 68 now. That was 4 years ago. 64. He was 59, I believe.
About how tall was Doug?
5'9", 5'10" at the most.
Approximately how much did he weigh at the time?
My guess is 160, 165. He was slender and fairly small for a man.
Okay. And before Doug moved to Florida, where did he live?
Before he moved.
Before he moved down here to Bradenton, Florida, where did he live?
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to pick a year at that point. I'm sorry. He had a home all the way up until his death in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina,
Thanks,
just
China.
north of Charleston. 701 Preservation Place was the address.
Okay. And he lived at that address before moving to Bradenton, Florida, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And then he rented the house out when he moved to Bradenton for visitation of their daughter.
Okay.
Oddly
And
enough, I used to live in
Before
Bradenton.
he met Ashley, who did he live with at the house?
The house for multiple years was Doug, his longtime wife Renee, and their daughter Eva. That's prior to Renee's death in 2015, December of 2015.
Okay. So Renee died in 2015. Do you know how she died?
Yes, ma'am. She died of a undiagnosed heart ailment, cardiac arrest.
Okay. Is
Hold on. It's not qualified.
Lack of qualifications,
Yes.
overruled on that basis.
was Renee Eva Benefield's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm sorry, can you say that date again? Was 2015 that she died?
I believe it's December 2nd, but I may have.
All right. And I want to ask you now, switch to Ashley. So about how long after Renee died did Doug meet Ashley?
9 months.
Whoa.
When did you first meet Ashley?
I met Ashley in the spring of 2017. I believe the date was either March 14th or April 14th.
And did you know about Ashley before you met her?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How did your meeting come about?
I was flying for Southwest Airlines as captain at the time. They changed my schedule like they do many times in the airline world. And I ended up not overnighting in Baltimore, Maryland, and they sent me to Charleston, South Carolina. Because I was going to Charleston, I texted Doug and said, hey, I'll be in to try like to have dinner. And he said, great, text.
Sustained.
Okay. During your conversations, did he mention the name Ashley?
In the second text chain, which is entered,
Sustained.
I'm asking because,
I can answer the question, ma'am. When I arrived in Charleston, I texted Doug And his text to me specifically was,
Object,
You-
you're saying.
And you can't speak about what Doug said to you,
okay,
but during the text messages, did he indicate to you there was a female involved?
yes, that's the
Okay.
first mention of Ashley to me, that we were not going to have dinner at the airport and that I was to take Uber up to Mount Pleasant to meet them.
Okay. And was that at their house?
That was at Doug's house. Yes, ma'am. 701 Preservation Place.
Doug's house at the time? All right. And how long were you with them, the two of them together?
4 to 5 hours. We started at the house. We ended up going back to my hotel, getting a piece of medical technology, medical device that was a master trainer in that device. We had dinner together at a pizza restaurant across from the hotel, and then went back to my room in the hotel, the three of us, and certainly 4 to 5 hours that day.
And during this time, did you have multiple conversations with both of them?
We had conversations about everything, especially about how they met,
Okay.
starting at the house, ending at the hotel.
And what did Ashley say about how they met?
She talked about how they met at a political event, a meeting, where Doug and his business investors
That's your
were.
personal knowledge.
Defendant's statement.
Yeah, overruled.
You can go ahead.
Both Ashley and Doug told me about how they met the first night at a political meeting, how Ashley had reached out to him before that meeting. They showed me text messages between them for the 10 days between the first meeting and her second meeting with him up in Charleston, Mount Pleasant. They talked about how they had mutual interests, mutual alignment, how they were looking for the same thing in a relationship. They talked about, Ashley talked specifically about her fibromyalgia and pain associated with her ballet dancing days. Ashley talked about her mother, her upbringing, about her father, about the separation there.
Okay.
Do you have an objection
Yes, sir.
on the basis?
Hearsay.
It's my
defendant's statement.
understanding this is the defendant's statement.
Yes.
All right, overruled.
Okay. Let me stop you there. So she said that her and Doug met at a political event.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time that you were meeting with them, were they married?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Ashley indicate to you when they got married or how long they had been married?
Yes, ma'am. 13 days from first meeting.
That they got married 13 days after they met?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Ashley indicate where they got married?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
That was in Mount Pleasant or Charleston. Doug's best friend at the time, Tripp, married them.
Okay. Did Ashley ever discuss with you that she carried a gun?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
She said that on their initial meeting, in the political meeting, that she and Doug's traveling partner in business went outside of Secret Service people, and she showed him the gun she was carrying at that event in her bra.
Okay. And she talked to you about this during your meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to jump forward a little bit, but did you have any conversations that night about them wanting to have a child?
Wow. So Secret
Or was that
Service
a
just
different
fails
time?
everywhere.
I don't remember us talking about it that first night. No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember a conversation with Doug and Ashley, specifically Ashley, about them wanting a child?
I believe it was later in the late spring, the next time that I visited with them.
Okay. And to your knowledge, could Doug have children?
He had had a vasectomy after having his daughter with Renee, his longtime wife.
Did Ashley?
I'm sorry, so no, he
Okay.
couldn't have children.
Did Ashley speak about that in front of you, Ashley and Doug together, or Ashley separate about the vasectomy?
They did when they were discussing having Doug have a vasectomy reversal. Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
All right. And to your knowledge, did that reversal ultimately go through?
Yes, ma'am, and I believe Ashley actually paid for it on a credit card. They talked about that.
Okay. And ultimately, she became pregnant.
Yes, 3 months after the vasectomy reversal, she became pregnant. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did they end up, I'm going to skip a little bit forward now.
Yes, ma'am.
Did they end up having a wedding reception?
They did. I believe it was June of 2017. I was single parenting at the time, and I wasn't able to attend, but it was in Charleston, South Carolina, at the home of one of Doug's business partners.
Okay. You mentioned something about ballet dancing, so I'm going to ask you about that. In your meetings and discussions with Ashley, did
Oh,
she
you
indicate she
went
was
through it on
interested in the ballet?
Same.
She
Oh, where
spoke
did he
about
get
the
it,
fact
though?
that she had been a ballet dancer, that she had performed in, I'll call them shows, back, I believe, in Maryland, where she grew up. And by the time that I first met Ashley, they had formed the ballet company called the American National Ballet in Charleston. And they were, at the time that I first met her, they were working on getting that ballet company up and running.
Okay. And was this going to be a large endeavor?
Several $1 million, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Up to 40 dancers were hired. Yes, ma'am, large endeavor.
Okay. And do you know what Doug's role was in that? In your discussions with Ashley, did you find out what Doug's role was?
Yeah, Doug and Ashley talked about it on the first night I met her, about how they founded the ballet, how Doug did the online limited liability corporation work, founded the name, resurrected that name,
Dang, he got
how
to
they
know a
work
lot in
together
just a few
to,
short hours. Good grief.
try to build a ballet that was diverse and open to more than one body size, body shape, body color. That was the philosophy of the ballet as they explained it. That was Ashley's dream.
And how was it funded?
It was funded several ways. A number of Doug's business partner, friends, and Doug himself invested money. They had a major, let's say, arts benefactor in Charleston, who's is a personal injury lawyer who was going to be the primary major donor. In Doug's case, Doug was working on very advanced technologies and patents at the time. And in his case, he didn't have any savings or cash in the bank. So he sold his
Well, I
future
kept you busy
stock
yesterday.
grants and options to other investors to put his own money in, about $100,000 in his case.
So while this ballet was in development or launching, did Ashley ultimately become pregnant? I know you said she became pregnant several months later, but I'm just trying to get a timeline.
Yes, ma'am. So in February of 2017, what they told me about founding it, I met her in maybe a month or two after that on that Charleston overnight. They held the first ballet event, and I was invited in May of 2017. Once again, single parent, I wasn't able to attend. She got pregnant in July, and we talked about that multiple times. And the next month in August was the large launch, which me, my business partners, my veteran friends, supporters of Doug all
Well, I
went
just
to
reached out to
Charleston
extra
for that
people. I
major
gotta call some
launch in August.
people
It
today.
was at a place, I'm sorry.
And at that time, was Ashley pregnant in August?
She was pregnant. I don't remember if she knew or not. It was
Okay.
1 month after
I hope it works.
the pregnancy was Emerson was conceived.
And at some point, did Ashley move away from the South Carolina home?
Yes, ma'am. We had the
Looks
August
pretty
ballet
tan.
big launch. 2 weeks later, Doug moved Ashley down to drove down one day, dropped her off, and drove back the next day. That's late August.
And what was the understanding, what was Ashley's understanding of why she was moving and what was going on?
In text conversations and personal conversations with Ashley,
Defendant's statement.
It's gonna be the defendant's
Oh, no, I didn't get a
statements.
reply from Toddy.
Can we approach?
Sorry, Kirsten.
Yes.
Didn't call that. So just to let you guys know, Michael's co-counsel has started a petition on change.org. It's to stop the retrial of Michael Jackson Bolanos and release him from incarceration. So Perna, his the other attorney, has started a petition. So I shared it with Gwen. I put it on Facebook. I put it on Twitter. So I'll put it I'll share it on YouTube as well. So if you guys can find the petition, that would be great. Yes. Email that to my list. Oh my God, I don't know if I can do another 500 emails. I am going to call some churches in Detroit today and see if I can get some people to show up at the courthouse on Thursday. That's my hope, is I can get some people fired up. I mean, where is everybody at? It's just like super frustrating. I feel like I'm like beating my head up against a wall. I don't understand. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back to just keep doing videos about Michael. I think I'm going to do a flip side. Yeah, well, Michael's trial was a mistrial. Some of it was a mistrial. But Thursday they're meeting to see if the prosecution is going to decide to try him again on the other 2 charges that they were deadlocked on. And see, they're going back. I feel like they're going to try him again. I don't know. I mean, they're trying Karen Reed again. So, and I feel like now that there's more eyes on Samantha Wall's trial, then they might retry it. But from what I understand, and just tried talking to Brian, the jury felt like not enough was done to investigate Jeff. Yeah, she doesn't go back until January, but a lot can happen between now and January. And we've already seen the witness pool fall apart on the prosecution side for, as far as the Alberts, Proctor. There's a lot of pieces. It's like Jenga just falling apart. So I feel like for Michael, they don't have enough to prove him guilty. They don't have enough to place him in her apartment. Like, they were deadlocked on the burglary. They were deadlocked on the intent. So I think they just don't have enough to take it back and win.
Okay, so I believe we were talking about the reason that Ashley went to Florida.
Yes, ma'am.
So in your discussions with Ashley, either text or in person or on the telephone, did she indicate to you that she was going to Florida because she was sick? And
That was the initial indication. Yes, ma'am.
and her mother could better take care of her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Throughout the time that you saw Doug and Ashley together, how did Doug act?
In particular on the opening night and all the way through their relationship. Opening night, totally in love. Both of them in love with each other. Doug was always very respectful. He was very, very respectful with her in front of me, both that initial night and then the next weekend, I believe in May, that I spent down in Sarasota, Bradenton with them. Every time he was respectful of her. They were in love. They never showed anything in front of me other than caring for each other.
That was going to be my next question. So did you see anything other than that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross. Mr. Taylor, as I've said before, you're free to use the podium if you prefer to cross from table. Yes, sir.
I don't know if he likes to use the podium, this guy.
Morning, Mr. Banfield.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
You were a naval pilot, correct?
Navy pilot, yes, sir.
And I think you mentioned the training that you had briefly, correct?
I went through extensive training all my 30-year career, yes, sir.
Okay. Some of that training included close quarters combat, did it not?
No, sir, never.
No hand-to-hand
No,
training at all?
No, sir.
Do you remember having a conversation where you related information about close quarters?
How old is Ashley? She's
combat?
barely like
Yes, sir. I
30
was in
something, right?
charge. I was the senior.
Do you remember that conversation
Which one, sir? I don't know which one
about
you're
close
speaking about.
quarters combat?
If it was in perspective of me running security and self-defense training for my airline, not the Navy.
You received no such training in the Navy.
No, sir, never.
Did Doug admit to you firing the gun in the kitchen of their home?
Okay, so explain to me how a 32-year-old has bags that look like frickin' suitcases overfilled under her eyes and gray hairs that look like my head. Which, okay, y'all, while we're talking about gray hair, so I'm thinking about, and don't get crazy. Let's not get crazy. I'm just thinking about it. Embracing my gray hair because I'm tired of coloring my damn hair, okay? And just going full on because it's just, this is just annoying. But I don't think I'm going to look good with gray hair. And I don't want to look old. I have this very, I have this issue with looking old. So how does she look like that at 32? She looks Amish. She totally does. She looks like a Mennonite or an Amish. Like, what the heck is happening right now? No, I don't have a streak. I have streaks. I have whatever the hell is happening up here on the top of my head. I don't like it. And I mean, right? Like, this is sad. I'm feeling some type of way about this chick's look. I'm too vain. There's just no way. I mean, like, yeah, I don't like this look. Man, I'd be like Karen Reed. I'd be going up in there looking like, you know how Amber Heard tried to look like she tried to look like that, but she still had to put makeup on the stuff. She was too vain to even go in there looking she couldn't do it either. Oh, Kirsten, honey, I don't know. I just don't know if I can do it. Yeah, I bet there will be. But like, even Amber Heard, she tried to look Amish, but she had to do the makeup, man. She had to look good. Like she couldn't and she had too much blush. Like she was too much blush and highlighter. Does it mean wisdom? Because girl, sometimes I wonder. I always say if I had a brain, I'd be dangerous.
Mr. Benefield, do you recall that Ashley had left
You
your
dye
cousin
your hair
Doug
gray on purpose?
in the fall of 2017?
Yes, sir.
Specifically September 18th of 2017.
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that date and the events.
Do you recall writing to Ashley Benefield in a text in May of 2018? I'm a fan of yours.
Your side.
It's his.
My kids already have gray hair. My oldest is 29 and he's had gray since he was a baby. But he was born oddly enough with blonde, like he was basically bald and had blonde hair when he was a baby, and then he just kind of grew out of it. But he has a couple of patches that are like white. It's weird. And then my youngest has gray already. He's had a gray strand since he was a kid. So strange. I know young women dye their hair gray on purpose for whatever stupid reason, but somehow, I don't know how, but it looks good on them, but they're young. I'm already old. I don't know if I want to look older. And I have I have those bags. I have suitcases under my eyes, and I've tried everything to get them to go away, and they won't go away. And my whole plan when I went to Arizona was to get more work done on my face, but I was stuck in bed the whole time. So I didn't get to get any more work done. My plan was to come back from Arizona looking 10 years younger. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard has that gray streak in her hair, and I'm always like, please dye that. Like, I don't understand why you don't just dye that. But whatever. To each their own. Really, Kirsten? I don't know. I'm just so paranoid. I'm just not ready. I don't know if I'm ready. Like, look at the Photoshop pictures of me on my YouTube channel. Those are my headshots from when I was acting. They look so good. I can doll up when I want to. Oh, does it? Oh, okay. Oh. Well, that's what I look like right now, Cruella de Vil, because I have not been. I don't leave the house though. I don't know. We'll see. You never know. You might turn on a live one day and see a totally different person. With, oh my gosh, no. I have, you know what's crazy is I have like this powder stuff that I bought on Amazon to like cover up the grays. That takes too damn long. I ain't got time for that. I could go through the whole little thing, and I was like putting all that stuff on my head, and I was like, this is too much work. Y'all don't understand how absolutely lazy I am. Like if it like, no. Even I have an air fryer, y'all. All I have to do is put the food in there and turn it on and walk away. That is too much work. No, the powder stuff, actually it works if you just have the patience to cover every damn great strand that I have, which I don't.
So, Mr. Benefield, following Ashley's leaving your cousin Doug in September 18th of 2017, were you a fan of Ashley Benefield's in May of 2018?
I don't remember specifically that word.
Oh yeah, that
may have been in our
I
lengthy
think so. I don't know. Men
calls
do it with their
and,
beards.
text messages from January through June, possibly.
You expressing support for her?
Support for her story of the case, yes, sir.
Yeah. And did you tell her, in fact, at one point, she married the wrong Benefield?
Sustained.
Did you feel that she married the wrong Benefield?
Relevance.
Approach.
Wow, this is going to be a lot of hanging out at the judges. So I don't know if like China, since a couple of y'all are on here, let me show you guys. I started a GoFundMe for Michael. If you guys can go to GoFundMe, share it. If you have anything to give, that would be amazing. We're trying to raise some money for Michael to get him out to pay his attorneys. I don't know if you guys noticed on the chat with Brian, but Brian is not free. He is not court appointed. He is being paid for. So if you can go to GoFundMe and go to Justice for Michael Jackson Bolanos, share it on all of your social medias, your YouTube, wherever you can. And if you have anything at all to give, please give it. Michael needs money by Wednesday to pay his attorneys. He needs to have at least $1,000 by Wednesday to pay his attorneys. We're trying to raise more, of course, because he has to pay his attorneys. And we want to give him an opportunity when he does get out to start, have a little launching pad to start off with. This is his girlfriend, Tiara. They took this picture. Yes, he does smile. They took this picture just before he was hauled off to jail in December. And this is Tierra's favorite picture of them. Just so you guys know, Michael never smiles. He says he hates his smile. I think he has a beautiful smile. So Tierra allowed me to share this picture. That was the big secret, you guys. I have been talking to Tierra this whole time. She's a beautiful young lady. She works very hard. She's been working very hard to keep supporting Michael. She's been standing by his side this entire time. Just so you guys know, it's been very devastating for her. I don't know if you guys remember from the video, but her apartment door opens out. And when the police came to her house, they kicked it inward. When they did the search warrant, they kicked her door inward. And so she still lives in that little studio apartment, you guys. And she still has to look at that door that didn't go in, it goes out. And the door is still damaged. Her apartment, she has to still stay there and look at that. They don't have a car. His car is still in the impound. There's no telling how much it's going to cost to get the car back. So she's having to walk the streets of downtown Detroit every night to go to work, which is not safe. And she actually has walked by that synagogue. She's all alone. She doesn't get to talk to anyone. She doesn't hear from Michael as often. Obviously, he's afraid to make phone calls because they take his phone calls and twist them and play them in court. So he does not call her often at all. So just so you guys know, she puts money on his account to call her, but he does not call her. So
Thank you. So, Mr. Benefield, after expressing your support for Ms. Benefield in 2018, several months after she left your cousin Doug, by the way, do you know why she left your cousin Doug?
The initial reason or the second reason, sir?
Do you know the reasons that Ashley Benefield gave your cousin Doug as to why she left him?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm going to need the source. Is this from,
Well, I'm not going to ask.
is it being offered?
It's not being offered for the truth, and I'm not going to go into the substance. I just want to know if this witness knows.
Oh,
You can answer. Did Doug share with you the reasons why she left him?
He shared two different reasons.
Yeah. All right. So now you express several months following that you're a fan of hers. And do you also not say to her that she married the wrong Benefield?
I don't remember that specific text in the 6 months of open communication between she and I.
All right. Let me see if I can refresh your recollection. Mr. Benefield.
Objection.
ooh,
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
yes.
Let me see what you're showing.
Sure.
and she blinks a lot, or she has some kind of weird issue with her eyeballs.
I'm going to show you a document. Why don't you take a moment and look at it and tell us if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not you suggested to Miss Benefield she'd married the wrong Benefield.
It does not say anything about marrying the wrong Benefield.
Does it say,
Objection.
Hold on. Sir, has that document, without identifying it, we need to lay the predicate.
Mr. Benefield, is that document reflective of the communication that you shared with Ms. Benefield?
I believe it's correct and unaltered.
All right. And it's between you and Ms. Benefield? is
Yes,
it
sir.
not?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it's accurate, is it not?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Do you say thank you, Ron
Objection.
Benefield?
Yeah, approach, Mr. Taylor, state.
Wow. I think she's out of jail, China. Is that you, China? Wait, hold on. Can you see it with the eyeball? Is that the right channel? Oh, okay. That's not you then.
Does the document I've shown you, Mr. Benefield, refresh your recollection of that particular exchange?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you tell us your recollection having been refreshed, whether or not tell us what your response was to Ashley's text?
This is 6 months, and you want me to just focus on
Just tell us
one
what your,
line? Is that
Mr.
what correct,
Benefield,
Mr. Taylor?
just tell us what your response was to Ashley's text, your recollection having been refreshed.
China, you are so stinking cute.
As she says in the text,
Mr. Benefield,
Sustained.
please tell us what your response to Ms. Benefield's text was now that your recollection has been refreshed.
there are multiple on the page, sir.
Mr. Benefield, I think you know what I'm referring to. Would you please answer my question?
I would
No.
like to answer it
You have
as
to
it
find her.
pertains
She's
to
so
what she
cute.
said.
I didn't ask you what she said, Mr. Benefield. I asked you to please tell us your recollection having been refreshed, what you said.
Would you like me to read
And
that
Judge, I would
bubble?
object. We do not need to be reading from this document.
Hold on. Deputy, would you please take the jury into the jury room? If you could give us 5 minutes, I'd appreciate it. Remember, please don't begin your discussions and deliberations amongst yourselves.
This trial
You
is gonna
can
go
use your phones
nowhere.
if you need to contact people. But
Good
don't talk about the
gravy.
case with anyone else, and don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. All right, y'all can have a seat. The jury's out. Mr. Benefield, I'm going to excuse you to the hallway.
Yes, sir.
You are not to discuss your testimony or the questions that have been asked of you with anyone,
Yes, sir.
including the attorneys.
Yes, sir.
And you're not to let anybody talk to you about anything that's going on inside the courtroom
Yes,
while we're on break.
Yes, sir. I will do that. Should I leave the paper here?
Yes, sir. Leave that
Oh,
there.
look
Yes,
at
sir.
her. She's. Man, I should have taken acting lessons from her. Maybe I would have gotten farther in my career. Oh man, look at her. She's so tan. What the heck? Oh, how tense her neck muscles and stuff are. Good grief.
Question
Come on, crime.
was, did you tell
It's okay, Jenny. You don't have to
Ms.
have profile
Benefield
picture.
that she married the wrong person,
The wrong Benefield.
the wrong Benefield?
The wrong Benefield. He's just gonna keep going on this.
And I sustained that as hearsay with no exception. I found that it didn't provide impeachment of any prior inconsistent statement. What I did allow was him to testify as to his then existing mental, physical, or emotional conditions or feelings, with the question being, did you feel that she had married the wrong Benefield? There was then the attempt to use these text messages that I still have not seen. I don't know what the substance of them was, but where we were was my understanding, and what I heard was the defense was attempting to refresh the witness's recollection. And what I have said is it sounded like it started to morph into some mix of impeachment and refreshing recollection and some elements of introducing a past recollection recorded, and that's where we're at. So, state your objection.
Why does she
My
look like
objection,
someone's
first
about
of
to
all,
punch her in
is
the face?
predicate has been laid
Or
to
do I
refresh
just want to punch her in the
recollection.
face?
But then the witness has not been asked what his recollection is, other than to read it off of the paper, which is commingling past recollection and either past recorded or something of that nature. I think we're commingling the two different things. And if this witness needs to be asked, if it refreshes his recollection, then he can be asked that question without reading the document. I would object to any reading of the document because
Hey, Daddy's
it's
a champ.
extrinsic evidence, if it's being used for impeachment. I do
Oh,
not
you
believe
think,
his
yeah, she
state
has
of
to,
mind
man.
is
She can't be
relevant
32 and have bags like
to
that.
a material issue in this case. I think the defense is trying to say that it goes to bias, but I'm not quite sure how that fits into it. So my objection would be it's improper refreshing recollection. It's improper impeachment. It's also improper prior recorded recollection, and I would object to that being testified about.
I mean, those are some serious
Can you
bags.
respond, sir?
Yes. So as succinctly as I can, Your Honor, he's a
As
creep.
sneaky as I
He
can.
acknowledged
Snaky.
being a creep, and the jury will conclude he's a creep. It goes directly to
Ooh.
his character and his bias. And that's why, after he said, yes, it was accurate, I recall it, he cannot bring himself to say it. And the reason he can't bring himself to say it is because he knows that all these women on the jury are going to know exactly what he was referring to. So I am trying to impugn his credibility after listening to everything that he had to say to set up the
You were do
state's
not, there is no
position
strike.
about how this relationship was so lovey-dovey between Miss Benefield and Douglas Benefield, and what a wonderful relationship it was. Here, we now have this witness
Yelling
very
on her.
begrudgingly admitting that after Miss Benefield leaves Douglas Benefield, and she leaves the letter, which I know the court has seen because I attached it as an earlier exhibit to a motion, he's still supporting her. And he's not only supporting her, but he's telling her she married the wrong Benefield. Yeah. In my world, Your Honor, based upon the rules of evidence, I am entitled to go after his credibility, which he has put in question by virtue of taking the witness stand and becoming a witness. I did it the way the court wanted. I asked the magic question, does this refresh your recollection? He said it did. Now I want him to tell me, in response to my question, did you tell Miss Benefield she married the wrong Benefield? And he cannot bring himself to acknowledge it.
doesn't
He wants to
reflect that.
talk about anything else but that. And I think, Your Honor, anything that I'm capable of showing where this witness, Doug Benefield's loving cousin, Tommy Benefield, where this witness showed his support for Ashley Banfield after she left Douglas Banfield, goes directly to his credibility. You can't get up there and testify to all of these things about how wonderful this relationship was, and then on cross-examination have to acknowledge that you were still saying you're a fan of Miss Benefield's after she leaves
Oh
them.
no, Gwen!
Knowing
Not the
the
dog.
reasons she left them, I intentionally didn't go into
can't with
the
the dog.
reasons to try to be straight with the court. But now
The
I'm
owner's butt.
attempting
There's
to
no
impugn his
such thing as a bad dog,
credibility.
it's bad
And he
owners.
knows it,
Oh my
Judge.
gosh.
He's looking at me like a deer in the headlights.
I'm going to allow you to respond.
She looks like a deer in the headlights.
I previously
Aw.
mentioned about
Beat up the owner.
confining arguments to legal and factual bases.
I mean, my dogs are
I am
buttholes.
also
and I know
going
it.
to
That's why they're not allowed
direct
around
both
other
sides
people and their dogs.
to refrain from vituperative
I know. I'm so
Ad
sorry. I didn't mean to call you a
attacks.
butthole.
Uh,
You just kind of are.
I don't think we need to resort to name calling.
Oh.
I think it's inappropriate and unprofessional to refer to a witness as a
I'm
creep.
sorry. I didn't mean to call you a butthole on
All
live.
right.
On my
With that
live.
said,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead for your
It's
response.
okay.
The first thing, Judge, I don't know if you have the copy of the text message up there. The defense could give it to you. Nowhere in there does it say she married
Me
Ron.
on here thinks you're
That is not what it
you're
says.
very sweet.
First of all.
I'm sorry, Gwen. I can't imagine. I hate that when that happens.
And second of all,
It's okay.
Tommy Benefield never said that anything about their relationship and the tenor of their relationship once she left. He said, when I saw them together, they looked fine. Just because that changes down the road and he knows they're having problems, I am unaware of how that affects his credibility. He can clearly see that they're having problems later on down the road. I don't see how the timing being different somehow makes him inconsistent and somehow that attacks his credibility or it shows his bias. If Mr. Taylor wants to ask him, were you aware that there were problems after that? Yes, I was aware of that. I mean, in Mr. Taylor's argument, he is impeaching the fact that Tommy Benefield saw them acting loving to each other. If that wants to be impeached or explored, then ask Mr. Benefield if he saw them after that or knew that they were not loving and having that type of relationship. I don't understand the relevance of these types of conversations. I think the defense tends to say everything is about bias, but it has to comport with the rules of evidence. And I would say that this does not.
All right, thank you both very much. So my ruling earlier was that these statements by Mr. Benefield towards the defendant were hearsay. I wasn't aware of any exception that would allow them. They appear to be offered for the truth of the matter that is asserted. So I didn't allow them on that grounds. What I allowed was the defense to ask, because there had been testimony by Tommy Benefield that they
Well, I mean, the
were always
prosecutors had 4
respectful
years to
to accept care for
She's
each
been,
other.
the
and they would
defendant's been
love
putting this
both
off.
ways. I think it is an impeachable question to ask, did you feel that she married the wrong Benefield? But it's not what he wrote, it's what he felt. That's where you're mixing apples and oranges, the defense is. The question that was presented to me was, did you feel that she married the wrong Benefield? He can answer yes or no. If there's then some extrinsic evidence that may impeach him on that point, I would then have to make a determination is that extrinsic evidence admissible or not? Because if it's a collateral matter that's not material, then the as you well know, Mr. Taylor, you get the answer you get. Where we had an additional part of this analysis was the fact that there was a demonstrated lack of memory, because the answer was, I don't know, as opposed to, no, I didn't say that, or yes, I didn't feel that, yes, I did feel that.
She's on drugs.
So then the path was started on was refreshing recollection. As I've mentioned before, and I mentioned pre-trial, I expect attorneys to know the differences between impeachment by a prior inconsistent statement, that's one path. Refreshing recollection is a second path, and introduction of past recollection recorded, which is a separate path. And the reason I'm sustaining the objection is because it started off with refreshing. Does it refresh your memory? And then we got right back into the documents themselves, which I've already ruled were hearsay. So it's for impeachment purposes only. can ask him about what I allowed you to ask what his feelings were, but not to get into these documents themselves. I don't know how to say it any more clear
LaDonna,
than
if you ever
that.
notice how this judge looks at the
So
defense
If you're refreshing
attorney,
his recollection,
really
then
looks
we're
at
going to
him
take
like
that
he's
path.
the stupidest
Yes.
person.
I believe I did that. I believe I refreshed his recollection and he acknowledged that.
Yeah, and he still didn't
So
give you the
then
answer
my
you wanted,
question
so
was-
shut up.
What did you say? And that gets back to the documents.
What did you say?
If he says his memory is refreshed, you take the document back, or whatever the thing is that you use to refresh recollection is to be retrieved. And then the person testifies from their own personal knowledge.
So once he said that he recalls, I then asked him if he said that you married the wrong Benefield.
Oh my
That's
gosh,
what I
you
said. I will
no,
be
you just
happy
can't beat a
to
dead horse.
go through that again, Your Honor. Now,
I'll be
did
right
I
back.
leave the document there when I asked him that? Yes. I didn't feel it was necessary to take the document back, but after he acknowledged that his memory was refreshed, I asked him, did you say that she married the wrong Benefield? And that's where we were when Your Honor sent the jury out. He was trying to come to terms with how he was going to answer that. The other text, Your Honor, is just indicative of continued support for Ms. Benefield.
Yeah, they tried to make Jodi Arias and Casey Anthony look all innocent, like teachers or something. Oh gosh.
Sir, this doesn't say what you're asking him.
Now approach. Thank you, wrong Benefield. Ms. Benefield says, that's very cool. You should be so proud of what you were doing. His response is, thank you, wrong Benefield. What that means, Your Honor, what that suggests is, thank you. You should have been with me.
What? That's a
Same.
stretch.
I assure you, Judge, that any female will draw that conclusion immediately.
What?
That does not match what you're asking, sir.
No, it does not.
All right, are we ready to bring the jury back in? Do you want to treat this as your mid-morning break? You guys can take 5 minutes.
Can I take 5 minutes, please?
All right, am I going to be allowed to get an answer from him?
When we go, I
No,
sustained the objection. All right, so we'll take,
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify your ruling. It's my understanding that you said he could ask how he felt.
correct. The last objection was the questions were going to, what did you write? What did you say in your text messages? Sustain.
And then, okay, thank you.
So we're clear. Did you
Oh my
feel she
God.
married the wrong Benefield?
I've already ruled you could ask that question.
All right.
Wow, this guy is something else, y'all. Okay, so again, I'm going to keep sharing this GoFundMe for Michael. Please share it. If you can, please go donate. Michael's attorneys are not court appointed. They are retained, so he has to pay for them. So if you guys find it able to please share it. And if you have any monies, donate. I am going to call some churches in Detroit and see if we can get some people at the courthouse on Thursday to just be there and support and pray for Michael. This attorney, I think is the same attorney from the Michael Keatley trial. He does not have a good track record, y'all. He also was the attorney for, man, I'm trying to remember. Darn it. I'll remember eventually, but he was also the defense attorney for someone else that did not win. So he does not have a good track record from what I can tell. There's a lot of news in the crime world. There was a father in Alabama that killed his entire family over the weekend. That was really sad. Actually, he killed not only his kids, but his niece and nephew too, and his wife. And this is just some stuff that I was hearing while I was emailing yesterday, so I may not have all the full information. There was also, I don't know about you guys, but I can't stand to go on social media right now because all they are talking about is Trump and Kamala Harris, and it's just mudslinging, and everybody is just, it's our country is just like in shambles. It's disgusting. And I'm so tired of they've been posting on social media like Twitter. So I've been money shaming and black shaming people because they're talking about all this support for Kamala, all this money they've raised for Kamala. So I've been sharing Michael's GoFundMe, and I'm like, oh great, where are all of you at for Michael? If you can raise millions of dollars for Kamala Harris in less than 24 hours. So like, what the heck? So I've been saying some really not so nice things, I guess, because how can you possibly, isn't this what the Democrat Party stands for, right? Is this exact like injustice stuff right here? So hello. So I've been sharing this on every single person's page who brags about how they've donated money to Kamala Harris's campaign. I'm like, oh, yay, you have money to donate to Kamala Harris. Can you please donate some money to Michael Jackson Bolanos that is being wrongfully accused of murder? Isn't this what you guys stand for? Let's put your money where your mouth is. Let's walk the talk that you guys talk about all the time. But no, I've heard crickets, nothing. So yeah. I'm just being a smart butt on Twitter. But anyway, that's all I'm hearing is all the shenanigans about the presidential race. It's really just awful. I don't know how anybody else feels in America. Well, I know how everybody feels in America because they're talking about it on Twitter, but I don't know how any of you guys feel. But I don't know how you feel about the candidacy as far as the Democrats are concerned. If you feel like you've been robbed of your, I guess, your right to choose your candidate, or if you're fine with the way this is all played out. I really don't know. I think we're kind of screwed either way, but whatever. It is what it is now, right? There's nothing we can do about it, which makes me feel, I think that's another reason why I felt so kind of defeated yesterday, like knowing our justice system is so just garbage. feeling like everything is just garbage, looking at the way things are going. Like I look at people like Karen Reed. Like I am just so scared of how things are looking. I mean, it's a hot mess. Like who's running our country? Like I feel like we've just let like all the zoo animals out and just, like we're just running blindly or something. Like there's no one driving the bus. So I don't know what the heck's going on. It's very, very scary. And I really hate all of the division and the complete and teetotal, like it's just terrible. It's just so terrible. It makes me so sad for real. And I'm just like, where are all the people at that, like there are people, the college kids here protesting Bangladesh and protesting, they were protesting Palestine. That's done with now. So now they're protesting Bangladesh. And I'm like, you guys, we have stuff that's going on right here in our very own country that needs to be addressed. Like I look at people like Michael, it just hurts my heart. It breaks my heart that there's stuff going on here. Children are dying here in our own country. I mean, senselessly dying. I also watched an interrogation of a woman who she had a 13-year-old daughter who had cerebral palsy. She was dating a guy. Like this woman was a teacher. She was teacher of the year a couple of times. She had this daughter that was 13 with cerebral palsy. She was dating a guy, a really bad guy apparently. And this guy put her daughter in her car and they were arguing for like hours and locked her daughter in the car, and the mother did not get the daughter out. And did you cover that, China? It was so awful, right? Like she didn't get the daughter out of the car and the daughter died of heat stroke. And she couldn't move. It was terrible. And the mother acted like, I just don't understand. She was in there for over 5 hours. Oh my gosh. I just don't understand how people. Yeah. She said she didn't do drugs. Even her other daughters were like, she hated drugs, but she got involved with the wrong dude. And then, she lost her daughter, and that's just terrible. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She's so cute. Jenny, you got to find China's channel. She's so adorable. China and I are going to do a collab. That's it. That's how the kids say it. We're going to collab. Nuh-uh. Are you serious, China? Get out of town. Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, no wonder they were so defensive of their mother. I guess the apples don't fall far. Man, the sickness going on, it's just crazy. Crazy. There's so many crazy things going on, but I'm like completely obsessed with helping Michael and Tiara. So I'm gonna, what I was trying to say earlier, I was gonna do some, because I've been doing Murder on Joliet Place. So I want to do a flip side. I just don't know much about Michael. I talked to Tiara, and she just said Michael's just so giving and so sweet and just gentle and just, very kind. He was a military brat. His dad was in the Navy, I believe, and his mom didn't stick around from what I understand. Michael, I don't think, got along very well with his dad, so he ended up moving to Detroit with his aunt. And then he just has really just been kind of on his own for a long time. So that's how he just kind of got with the wrong crowd. But he's been trying to get himself straight. That's what he was in the middle of doing when he got pent up in this mess. Just really just trying to get himself back together. And a lot of the things that were said in the trial, like the prosecutor said, that they had only been dating for a month, you know, how could she regularly wash his jacket? That wasn't true. They had actually been seeing each other and known each other since March. So a lot of things presented in the trial were wrong about their relationship. So there's a lot of things that were presented in the trial that made it look like Michael was something he wasn't. So, and because she was called as a prosecution witness, there were so many things that couldn't come out. So everything that we saw in the trial was a lot different than in real life. And then there's a lot of evidence that wasn't allowed in, that wasn't allowed. I'll share the link in the chat. There was a lot of things in the trial that wasn't allowed in because the judge would not allow it. So there's a lot more to the story in the background than people realize. There's a lot more to the story, like with the how they came up with the glasses, the situation with the glasses, but the glasses story, the glasses story. Hang on a second.
All right, bring them in. Oh, yeah, as you're going to bring them out, go and bring Mr. Banfield back in.
Let me find it, Gwen, and I'll put it on there. And that's
Steve,
the
where's
sign the
Mr. Banfield?
petition link for
Oh, I will
getting
Okay.
Michael's trial to
It
not
took a long
be.
time for him to get here earlier too, so we just need our witnesses ready to go.
They get a room for the state attorney's office witnesses down there. Because the press has this room.
To not be retried.
Rest of our side today.
Sorry?
We have several witnesses outside to see how far it gets slow down.
Judge, that was why, because our witness room is taken today.
All right, Mr. Benefield, come on back in and resume the witness stand. You'll recall that you are under oath.
Yes, sir.
Sir, as we took that break, did anybody attempt to approach you or speak with you about your testimony, the evidence, or this case?
No, sir.
Did you speak with anyone about your testimony, the questions asked of you, or the evidence of this case?
No, sir.
All right. Let's go and bring the jury in.
You all go ahead and have a seat. Whenever you find your spots, just sit on down. All right, everyone can have a seat. Members of the jury, during that break, did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves, discuss the case with anybody outside of the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about? Everybody says no.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Benfield, when we last were assembled, you were, we were waiting for you to answer the question whether you felt Ashley had married the wrong Benefield.
No, sir, I did not believe that.
Was it a joke?
It was an attempt to keep a communication open between us.
You know, we've established that you were aware that Ashley left Doug in September of 2017.
Yes, sir.
And we've also established that following that, you expressed your support of her.
Yes, sir.
All right, now I want to direct your attention specifically to the month of November of 2017. Were you aware of a domestic violence injunction that Ms. Benefield sought and obtained from South Carolina court?
Yes, sir, at that time.
And did you express to Ms. Benefield
You can ask the question.
your support of her after she obtained that domestic violence injunction?
Sustained.
Did you support Ms. Benefield in November of 2017 following the issuance of a domestic violence injunction?
Not specifically about that, sir.
Do you recall expressing your support on Saturday, November 4th, 2017?
I don't remember that specifically, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Benfield, I'm going to show you a document, see if this refreshes your recollection.
I wonder where Butterfly is and Brandy.
Does the areas that I check refresh your recollection?
I think
Yes, sir,
she's
those
on
appear to be
drugs,
my
Kirsten.
statements.
All right, your recollection having been refreshed, Mr. Benefield, on November 4th, following the issuance of the domestic violence injunction to Ms. Benefield, did you express your support to her?
There are two problems with your question for me, sir. I'm going to ask you.
Would you answer my question, and then you can certainly feel free to explain it.
I was unaware of I believe I was unaware of any result of any pending case in South Carolina at the time I texted that.
I thought you just told us you were aware.
I became aware after the fact when the mutual protection order was entered. I found out about it after the fact, but I don't remember the date of that event as it relates to the November 4th.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
You
State,
ain't gonna get what you want.
Can this witness be released?
Yeah.
Mr. Taylor, can this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are released from your subpoena. The prior restrictions that I placed upon you are removed.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Eva Benefield.
Oh, is this the daughter? Oh, this is the daughter.
You saw this girl from the testimony about to give the whole truth and
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, and right as you need it. Actually, you're just fine right
Yeah,
there.
I
I
keep
think that's
forgetting
close enough.
he was 50, 58,
Speak in a loud,
59.
clear voice, and we'll hear everything. Go ahead.
Please state your name.
Eva Benefield,
How do you spell your first name?
EVA,
And how old are you now?
23.
What was your relationship to Doug Benefield?
He was my father.
And
Well,
who
that's
was your
right. I've seen
mother?
her before.
Renee
She was in
Benefield?
the
And
other.
we heard from the previous witness, she died, unfortunately, at some time before this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you first find out about someone named Ashley Banfield?
It was August of 2016, about 9 months after my mom passed.
Okay. And how did you find out about her?
My dad was on the phone when he picked me up from school, and he had his phone on speaker, and they mentioned him having a girlfriend, and if he was going to bring his girlfriend to a conference that they had that weekend.
And was that the first time you had any information that there might have been a girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. How old were you at the time?
I was 15.
At the time, were you upset with him about that?
No, I just told him that I trusted him, and if that's what made him happy, that I would be happy for him.
And about how long after that did you find out they were married?
It was 2 days after.
And how did you find out that they were married?
My dad came up into my room And he said, Eva, we need to have a chat downstairs with Ashley. She was at the house at the time. And I said, I don't think we need to. I understand that you're dating her and you're happy, but please just, give me my space a little bit. I don't want to have a conversation. And he said, no, I think it's really important we do. And I said, the only time that I would want to have a conversation with y'all is if you told me that you were going to propose. And when those words came out of my mouth, he told me that they were married.
Okay. So that's how you found out they were married.
Yes.
Did Ashley eventually move into your house?
Yes.
And that was the house in South Carolina?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time, who all lived in the house? Just the three of you?
Yes.
How was their relationship together that you saw?
They were just with each other all the time. It was very lovey-dovey. They were very touchy-feely, PDA. Any event with school or extracurricular that I was in, they were together. They'd go grocery shopping together, go travel together. They never left each other's side.
Okay. And how did you and Ashley get along?
It was friendly at first.
Okay. You said it first.
Yes.
And then what happened?
Over time, she tried to reprimand me a little bit more and kind of step into a motherly role. And I did not like that because it was so short after my mom passed away.
Okay.
Relevance.
Sustained.
And in Ashley's interactions with you, or interactions that she had or disagreements that she had with your father, how did you observe her to act?
Can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry, it wasn't a good question. Whenever she had a disagreement with you, how would she act?
It was almost temper tantrum-like. It was,
Objection. Impermissible character evidence.
I'm sorry.
Character evidence.
Overruled.
Okay, so it was temper tantrum like, and you didn't sound like you were finished. What were you saying?
she would go directly to my dad and tell him that I wasn't obeying.
Okay. And did her reactions to you seem to be on the level of the situation, or did she get more angry at the situation?
Usually they were overreactions over small things.
Okay. And how about interactions with your dad? Did you ever hear her argue with your father?
I heard her strongly voice her opinions over and over and over again.
Okay. Now, you said over and over and over again. Is that something that you heard on a regular basis or something you only heard once?
It was on a regular basis.
Okay. And when she was voicing her opinions to your father, was he ever reacting to that?
No, he would just sit quietly and listen.
Did you ever see them fight?
No,
Verbally fight?
no,
Okay. Did you ever see them physically fight?
no.
How often would you say that Ashley and your father would disagree within your hearing?
Never.
Okay. You said if Ashley was trying to get her point across that she would go on and on about that?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't term that as a disagreement?
No.
Okay. What would you term that as?
My dad just listened to her voice her concerns.
Okay. Did you ever hear your dad at any time yell at her?
No.
Did you ever hear your dad do something or say something that was controlling to her?
No.
Did you ever see or hear your dad threaten her?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Did you ever see or hear your dad threaten her?
No.
Did you ever see or hear your dad get physical with her?
No.
No further questions.
Cross.
Yes. morning, Miss Banfield.
Good morning.
We met previously at a deposition, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize to you for meeting you under these circumstances. I'm required to ask you a few questions based on the testimony that you've given us. You lived in the house at the time that Ashley and your father were first married.
Yes.
Well, yeah, what the hell does a
And you
58-year-old
found
have in
out
common
from
with a
your father
24-year-old?
that he had married Ashley when he introduced her to you.
It wasn't when I was first introduced. It was a day after.
So the day after, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So your mother had passed away approximately 8 months earlier,
9 months.
9 months earlier. And your father, with no advance knowledge, came and introduced you to his new wife.
Yes.
There was a hole in the ceiling of the kitchen in your home, correct?
Correct.
You know what that hole was, how it got there?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
I don't know if it will or not.
I would prefer the question not be asked.
Okay.
Can we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you didn't get the word out right. You should have said speculation, not hearsay. Notice she's not even looking at the daughter. She looked at the brother or cousin or whatever, but she didn't look at. She's not looking at the daughter at all. "30 years. "30-year age difference." Yeah, she knows what she did wrong, that she can't look at that girl in the face. That's okay, girl. I'm 9.5 years older than mine, so you got to get them while they're young, you know? I always joke with mine and tell him I took his cub years away. That means he can't go get him a cougar now. He's screwed. Now he's in his 40s. It's too late. I'm always like, I got you when you were 25. But he tried to date me when he was like 23 or something. Like he asked me out for a year. And I said no. But I already had a boyfriend. I had a young one then too. I had a 20. It don't matter. But anyway, I had a young guy then too. But that guy turned out to be, well, no. He cheated on me. But then I ended up with this guy. And we've been together 17 years. Yeah, you gotta get him. I always tell him I got him when he was 25. He says he hates when I say that. And he has more gray hair than I do. Actually, he lost his hair and has gray hair in his beard. And he blames me for that. He looks older than I do. Everybody looks older than I do. My sister looks older than I do. I joke with her about that. And my boyfriend looks older than I do. I don't know. It might just be me. Maybe I do it to people.
So I think the question that was pending, Ms. Benefield, was, did you know how?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Let me back up. You told us there was a hole in the ceiling of your kitchen.
Yes.
In the
Was
ceiling?
that hole in the ceiling of your kitchen,
What's for supper,
can you
Jenny?
describe it?
It was small.
Small, kind of round?
Yes.
Consistent with an object?
Objection, speculation.
Let me finish the question.
Consistent with an object the size of a bullet?
Yes.
Overruled.
Were there holes in the drywall of your home?
There was one.
Was it from the closet
No.
outside to the drywall?
No.
Where was
It was near the kitchen.
it? Did you know how it got there?
Yes.
Was the hole consistent with the size of a fist?
Yes.
Was that hole patched?
Eventually.
Who patched it?
My father.
Did you know that your father studied close quarters defense in the Navy?
Yes.
And tell us what close quarters defense comprises.
How does she know? She's a child.
I'll allow it briefly so she can explain the basis of her knowledge.
Well, let me give the court a little better insight into this. Ms. Benefield, do you hold a black belt?
Yes.
And are you trained in defensive combat fighting?
Taekwondo.
Did you and your father often discuss different styles of defensive fighting?
We had the conversations when I was practicing when I was
Okay.
10.
And tell us were you trained in close quarters defense?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what it entails.
In hand-to-hand combat.
Okay. And it's the type of hand-to-hand combat where if confronted by a weapon, rather than turning and run, you're trained as to how to remove the weapon from the other person's hands.
Well, you're told to first ask for no conflict, and then if they proceed, yes.
Yeah. In other words, your objective is to take the weapon away.
If there's a weapon involved, yes.
Were you aware that a domestic violence injunction had been issued by the court in South Carolina?
No.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Really? It's weird. I'm looking at it.
One last question, Ms. Banfield. Was your dad fixated with Ashley?
I think they were fixated with each other.
Did you make a prior state? Whoops. Did you express at any time that your dad, your words, not mine, was fixated with Ashley?
I might have.
Give me just a moment, Judge.
Let me try it. See if it. Okay, it pulled up when I put it in.
Do you remember having your deposition taken?
Yes.
Why do you page and line?
Um,
And I don't have a copy of it.
Yeah, I was just first asking her the question. Do you remember sitting for a deposition?
Yes.
Let me pass to you this document and see if it refreshes your
Okay,
recollection.
you got it. Okay, I was like, it just pulled right up when I put it in.
Approach.
Approach, approach, approach. I was like, you worried me because my first fundraiser, they did take it down. So I had to change the language. She has weird blinking eyes. I don't know what her deal is.
that you had used to refer to your dad's interest in Ashley was what?
When are you referencing?
In general. Was the word fixated? Was that the word you used?
Yes.
That's all.
Right, redirect.
No, thank you.
All right, can this witness be released?
No.
Yeah.
Or- Okay, yes, but no, so you know. All right, Ms. Banfield, you've not been released from your subpoena, all right? And the rule of sequestration has been invoked. What that means is that you can't be in the courtroom anytime that there's testimony being given or evidence being presented. Because this is being shown on TV or the internet or something, you can't watch it outside of court. You can't watch what's going on inside of court. You can't be inside of court. You also may not discuss your testimony with any other witnesses or any of the attorneys. Better practices don't talk about with anybody else. And none of the other witnesses nor the attorneys can talk with you about what's going on in court. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, you're not released from your subpoena, so you need to remain available.
Okay.
All right. But for now, you're
Ooh,
excused.
Madonna, thank you.
All right, members of the jury, it's right about lunchtime, so
At
let's go
lunchtime.
ahead and take our lunch break. It's just a couple of minutes before 12. In order to give you time to go and find what you want and everything, I'm going to ask you to be back in that jury assembly room downstairs at about 1:10. All right, so it'll give you about an hour and 10 minutes if you want to go somewhere. Certainly, there's plenty of
Look at her
places,
pop
if
up
you
out
haven't
of
been in
there.
downtown Bradenton for a
Who's
while, there's
that?
plenty of places up and down Main Street, 12th Street, all the way down to the water. There's some places on 13th, also some places
Bradenton's actually a
little bit,
nice
south.
area.
Please leave your notes here. Do not discuss the case with anyone else outside of the jury or amongst yourselves. Please don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. Remember also, it's kind of a small town. Sometimes it happens where jurors are sitting in one booth and somebody on the other side of that booth you hear talking about the case, or you heard names that sound familiar or things that sound familiar. Remember, they may not know you're there. Just, hey, I'm on the jury. I need you to stop. If they don't, I need you to report it to the deputies as soon as you get back. All right, you're free to go. All right, have a seat. Before I let you all go, State, you had just mentioned that despite Eva Benefield not being released, you want her to remain in the courtroom.
Yes, pursuant to Marcy's law and pursuant to the earlier discussion.
All right, did you want to be heard?
No.
What
Okay, then she'll be allowed. Talked about 4 different people, so 2 have testified. Whenever we get back, if there's any particular issues about any folks in the afternoon, let me know.
Okay,
All right?
we're behind, so I'm not sure exactly when those other people will be coming up,
All
so.
right, we'll see you guys back here at 1:10.
110, y'all.
And we anticipate the jury coming back in at 1:15.
Correct, exactly.
110. Okay, so I'm learning my lesson about showing stuff on YouTube. I got dinged last time I showed the entire YouTube like home screen where I was looking stuff up, and they dinged me because what did I show the last time? I showed something and they dinged me. So they are still interviewing or interrogating the Secret Service director who has no answers for the attempted assassination, which nobody cares about anymore because that's old news. As far as what's going on in the world today. Yeah, well, the music, I got dinged for the music. I also got dinged for what did I show y'all? Oh, the Star Spangled Banner girl. Oh, I got in so much trouble for that. Yeah, anytime I play music on here, or anytime I show like the home page of YouTube where I'm like searching for other videos to watch, I get dinged. So I am just not going to show anything else. So I'm YouTube, because even though I don't need YouTube to monetize me, I don't need that. I don't want to lose my channel. So yeah, they're the rules on YouTube are something else. And I don't understand the rules. And again, as I said before, I'm super duper lazy and I don't want to read all the rules of YouTube. I watch other people's YouTube channels to understand their rules. I watch them get dinged all the time. So I know why they get dinged, and it's because they say words that are real words that YouTube doesn't want you to say. And I try. No, I don't. No, I don't. Just kidding. I don't try not to say real words because I say real words. So I'll probably never be monetized again by YouTube, which is totally fine. Totally fine. Not really. Actually, yeah, it is. You can be monetized other ways. Like the Buy Me a Coffee program is actually better than YouTube. I think they take less out of your cut. I mean, it would be nice to have one of those YouTube. I just want the gold sign. I only because I like gold. So, but I don't think I'll ever live long enough to get one of those because you have to have like 1 million, 2 million, or something like astronomical amount of subscribers to get one of those. But whatevs, it is what it is. So the biggest, the Marsha Thompson verdict. So that's the one, the abused wife. Okay, you guys are right. That's the one. We did talk a little bit about that. So she shot her husband in self-defense, right? This is the one where we did talk a little bit about that, where we talked about people don't realize, oh God, y'all can see my heat pad, sorry. Where she shot him and they were trying to say that, was he asleep, right? Wasn't he asleep? And we talked about, they were trying to say that she did it on purpose and that she suffered 20 years of abuse, right? That's what it was. They were trying to say that she could have just walked away. And I think we talked about what that's like. Like people don't understand what it's like to be abused for so long. And some people just, you take it for so long. So yeah, the battered women syndrome is what we were talking about. I can play. Oh, darn. Sorry. I went to the wrong thing. Oh, this is news. Hold on a minute. I did not know this was happening. This is breaking news.
Just one day after Kimberly Cheeto was grilled by members of Congress on both sides of the aisle during a testimony hearing with the House Oversight Committee yesterday. As you probably know, the Secret Service itself has been under intense scrutiny for the past week or so after last week's assassination attempt against former President Trump at his Pennsylvania rally. In her testimony,
Darn it.
yesterday, Cheeto said that the Secret Service, quote, failed, calling it one of the agency's worst failures in decades. Let's bring in our Homeland Security correspondent, Julia Ainsley. She broke the story a short time ago. Julia, what more can you tell us?
Well, this, of course, follows that grilling testimony
Darn it.
yesterday where both
she
sides,
resigned.
Republicans and Democrats, called on Cheeto to resign. The pressure has been mounting on her. They even subpoenaed her for
Darn it.
that testimony, but she wasn't able to answer some basic questions, mainly why that roof where the shooter took his aim at former President Trump was not part of the Secret Service's perimeter, why they left that to local police, and why that roof was ultimately not secured when Trump took the stage, and why the Secret Service even let Trump take the stage that day in Pennsylvania when they knew there was a suspicious person that local police were looking for in the crowd. She wasn't able to answer a lot of those basic questions. She said it was because of the multiple investigations into that incident, including internally within DHS and the White House, also by people on the Hill. But without
I don't know. I don't think she's going to be in any
information,
trouble.
she did not come off good. It was a tough day for her. She wasn't able to answer a lot. And after the end of the day, there were multiple calls for her to resign. It was actually a surprise that it took until this point to get a resignation. But what we kept hearing from people inside the Secret Service was that she wanted to stay in that position while that investigation unfolded so that she could hold those accountable and look into exactly what planning or failures to plan led up to that massive security failure on July 13th. So this is a big reversal. She is now, we've been told she has resigned. It's unclear whether or not that means she's handed in a letter of resignation and that then needs to be approved by the president. But I'm told this is done. She has resigned and that we should be expecting an official announcement here just within the next hour or so, Craig.
And Julia, there was, of course, also that issue. Reportedly, the Trump campaign had asked for additional staff leading up to that rally in Pennsylvania, but the requests were denied.
That's right. We know that there were repeated requests for other in the Secret Service, more manpower and resources, things like magnetometers to scan people on their way into their rallies. We know that the former president is not like any other candidate. Usually the Secret Service does provide some security to presidential candidates. But of course, with Trump and his position as a former president and the kind of rallies he likes to have with sharp rhetoric and outside venues, they said they needed more security. We know that those requests were denied. I'm told by Secret Service officials it's because of resources. They simply don't have the manpower to staff as they want. But Cheeto was clear that the July 13th rally did get all of the
have woman power
resources they requested.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Yeah, they have woman power now, not manpower in the Secret Service. That was her goal, was to have, she wants a 30% female force in the Secret Service. I'm sorry, but as a woman, I want a strong ass man and one that is able to protect me. I'm all about, females doing female things. Whatever. She said that in an interview. She literally said that. And actually, here in Austin, that's what they want on the police force here. They want 30% more women on the police force. They want 30% more female graduates in every graduating class so that they can have 30% more female women on the force. That is their goal, which to me, it just like, you can't even get enough people to be in a graduating class for the police department as it is. How can you get 30% women? I don't even understand that. So you can't, it doesn't make sense. So you can't get enough people to be a cop, much less. So Donald Adelson, right? That's her name. She did. Sorry.
Okay.
He's
almost 80 years old. He can't.
We do say YouTube words.
Please, can I help? No, you can't do that. Oh, don't do this, please.
Oh, I said the word assassination.
I said to help him get home. It's terrible. You can't do this. This is insane.
Okay with you? Please, give us that if you can, personally, not going anywhere. Please, please. Do you have anything in your pocket?
No.
Do you have anything of value in you?
No, I.
Must you have a necklace on?
Wanna go?
I'll take it.
Yeah, take it off.
Yeah.
Lady.
What's her name? Nancy Mace, right? You laid into her big time. You said that was BS.
You are listening to the Roberta Glass True Crime Report, putting the true back in true crime.
Oh gosh, I don't know if I'm allowed to listen to her channel. I was trying to find this on.
From New York City, Roberta Glass is now on the record.
Let me see if I can find this. Not on someone else. Yeah. So I got dinged for that too.
Okay, how is everybody? Wanted to talk to you today about some exciting new documents that dropped in the Donna Adelson case. Boy, was it delicious. And this comes from Deep Dive True Crime Mentor Lawyer. The links are in the description of this video. If you want to look at his original videos, he's the one who paid for all this content. So thank you, Mentor Lawyer. And he lives locally, so he could get it right away. So in discovery, the prosecution handed over what they had from Donna's cell phones going back to 2000s. I believe it's all the way to 2000. Is it 14 or 16? Help me out here. I know there's at least one text message that goes back to 2016. Her text messages, her notes to herself, especially during Charlie Adelson's trial. And strangely, as much as there's some great text messages in here, some that we had heard on the jailhouse calls. Anybody remember her text message to Wendy? It's not about the case. There is no more case. Remember that one? That one's in discovery. And a lot of it is Donna's notes to herself before she fled to Vietnam, setting up a pattern that she was fleeing. Take care of this, take care of that. Her passports, working with the embassy, getting a visa, that kind of stuff. Not super interesting. I'm going to start out with her text messages, and then I'm going to go into, so she made, I think these were notes when she wanted to talk to, I mean, this is my take. I have no evidence of this. This was just my take on it, that she was
I
sending
want to
these
hear
notes
about
during
this, but I'm
Charlie
afraid I
Adelson's
can't
trial to
because I got
herself
trouble for playing someone else's channel.
for when she talked to Dan Rashbaum. We know that they talked a lot. Dan Rashbaum is now her lawyer. And so I'll present it like Donna Adelson's trial diary, just as a way to make it more understandable. But really, these were text messages that she sent to herself. But let's start out.
So maybe I'll not share the channel. Maybe if we can hear it. Maybe it's not the same thing. Let's listen to some jailhouse calls. We'll try this. See if I don't get dinged. See, with the Jewish stuff, hmm. Hmm. I'll be right back. Sorry, y'all. Did it stop playing? Oh. I'm calling churches in Detroit. Thank you, Kirsten. Gwen, I swear, we are not on the same wavelength on that one. Sorry, y'all. We're about to be back to this trial. I got my new chair in today, but it is very, very, very heavy. My boyfriend's going to have to put that sucker together. So the next live, hopefully I will have my new chair, and it'll be a lot more comfortable than this chair. So I'm excited about that. I've been calling churches in Detroit. I think I might have a church. I'm waiting for them to call back. Hopefully I will have a church that is going to show up to the courthouse on Thursday to be there for Michael. So that would be really awesome. That'd be really, really awesome. Tiara's having a really hard time right now. So I wish I had the words to say to her. I don't know what to say. I don't have anything. You just can't, there's nothing that you can say. And it really sucks. I don't have anything comforting. Nothing. I kind of know how she felt yesterday, because yesterday I felt like I just felt like I was beating my head up against a wall, and I just felt very discouraged. And so I just felt like everything that could be wrong with the justice system was wrong with the justice system.
We are on record in State versus Ashley Banfield. After our lunch break. Mr. Taylor, if you would do me a favor, that witness list that I used to read to the jury at the beginning, I took it back. If you could burn, not right now, but Thursday or Thursday, when we're getting close for you to take over.
This trial's going to be done by early next week. Let me find it on Law and Crime. Sorry.
So much. I appreciate it.
I don't know if Court TV's got worse. I have very bad weather here, you guys. So.
All right. Is it going to be?
The transcript, do you want them or you don't have to? It's the jury instructions, sorry, on 2.2 and I think we would need 2.2 and
2.6.
Yes, sir.
I have no.
Okay.
Yes.
I am informed. Do my best to try to keep up.
I don't usually have bad Wi-Fi, but the weather is really crappy all week long.
They actually filed an amended defense witness list. I remember that copy of the
All right.
and I didn't think there was anything significant that was either on there or removed that would change it.
All right. Hope not.
He was connected earlier. Did you switch it up?
Oh, we need to switch. You were connected earlier. Is there a thing to switch it to this port? Okay, thank you. Couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. There we go. Let me just make sure the audio works.
She just came over.
Okay.
we don't need to lower the lights. No, it's just audio. Oh, all right. Mark it down. All right, Stady, ready to call them in?
Yes. Do you want him in now or when the jury comes in?
No, the jury.
Oh, the jury. Yes.
I apologize, it wasn't a good question.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, you ready for me to call the jury in?
Ready.
Also, I have been handed a stack of
Yeah.
transcripts for the 911
Very
call by
appreciative
John
of every
Sant.
single one of us.
And the
Just has her.
it looks like the redactions have been done mechanically with black boxes and black lines. Have you had a chance to review the redacted transcripts?
We have, Judge, we're in
I
agreement.
know you do,
All right,
Gordon.
so everybody's okay with
If it
it?
weren't for you yesterday, I wouldn't have got through yesterday.
Bring them in.
Man.
All right, you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. You know the questions I'm going to ask. Did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves or begin deliberations? Talk about the case with anybody outside the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about?
No.
Everybody says no. When we left off, the state was still in presenting its case.
So state, call your next witness.
State calls John Sant.
Raise your right hand. Swan.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Call me up there.
Well, God brings
Hello,
people
sir.
into our lives for a reason.
My name
When-
is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over this case. I've been told, sir, that you may need some assisted listening devices. All right. Here's a pair that you can use. Put that on. Just keep this facing forward. As you see, you might have to turn them around the other way. Yes, sir. I think that'll work better.
Oh, she actually
And the
got a
deputy
little.
will show you how to adjust it. Oh, did I scare you? Too loud? Okay, sorry about that. It's a volume control.
Okay.
Keep it forward. All right, sir, does that help?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's
I
fine.
apologize about that. I didn't mean to.
No, that's all right. It's okay.
Sir, my name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this
Finder's
case.
gonna have a
Just
damn
make
heart
yourself
attack
comfortable in
when the
that
trial's
seat.
over.
Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, or right as you need it. Just speak in a loud, clear voice right into that microphone, and we'll be able to hear everything.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Please state your name.
John William Sant Jr.,
How do you spell Sant?
S-A-N-T,
Where do you live?
in 11327 White Rock Terrace in Bradenton.
Okay. And did you live next door to Ashley Banfield and her mother, Alicia Byers?
I did.
Do you still live at that same address?
I do.
Do they still live at the same address?
No,
Okay. Did Ashley have a child when you lived next to each other?
she did.
About how old was the child last time you were together?
At the house, in the neighborhood,
When they were living in the neighborhood?
I'd say 18 months to 2 years.
Okay. And do you remember a day when Ashley came to your house?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember what day of the week that was?
it was on a Sunday.
And what time of day was it? Light out, dark out?
It was still light, but it was probably early evening. It was between football games.
Okay, so it was between the football games on a Sunday?
Right.
All right. Still light out? What do you remember about Ashley coming over?
From the very beginning.
Right.
Well, I heard a very loud pounding on my door, and kind of startled me. But it was loud. And I went and I looked out through the little window, and wasn't anyone there. So I thought, well, went to the back and looked out the back. I even looked out the side. and didn't see anybody. And I was thinking, well, one of my grandkids has a friend in that area there. And I thought they might be messing around, but I didn't see anything. So I guess it was a few minutes. Nobody, must be just someone screwing around. And it happened again.
The pounding.
The pounding happened again, yeah.
I'm having a little trouble here.
All right. Yeah, if we can get you scoot up a little bit. There you go.
Sorry. What part do you want me to start at again?
Okay, so the pounding started again.
The pounding started for the second time, yes.
Okay, and what did you do then?
At that point, now I'm starting to get a little concerned. Someone's trying to either break in or a home invasion and that. So I went back into my room, went into my closet, and I pulled my weapon out.
Okay. And you say weapon, what kind of weapon was that?
It was a Glock 23 40 cal.
Okay. So you had your own firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
You pulled that out, and what did you do?
I then came from the closet back towards the door and decided at that point, let's look out the door one more time before I load one in and take it to the door. So I just set it down on the little table beside my chair.
So you set the gun down?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I left, and then I went back to the door.
What did you?
And I looked out again, and then that's when I saw someone. I saw a leg sticking out. Someone was sitting on the stoop.
Okay. So you saw a leg. You think someone was sitting?
Well, they were sitting.
So what did you do?
Well, then I kind of
Wouldn't that have been poetic?
noticed who the leg belonged to, or I thought I did. And I went and I opened the door.
And did you know who it was when you saw the person?
I assumed who it was when I looked out the window.
When you opened the door, could you see who it was?
Well, by the time I got the door open, she was standing up.
So you saw who it was?
Yes.
And who was it?
It was Ashley.
Okay.
And you kind of pointed over that direction. You see her in the room today?
She's over next to Mr. Taylor, yeah.
Stipulate that it's Miss Banfield, Your Honor.
Stipulation to ID.
Yes.
Okay. And what did Ashley say when you opened the door?
As soon as I opened the door, before I could say anything, she said, he attacked me.
And is that all she said?
At that point, I said, who? He said, Doug. He attacked me, and I shot him.
Okay. Is that all she said to you?
That's all she said.
Did she have a weapon with her?
I didn't see it at that point.
Did you see a weapon eventually?
Eventually.
Where was that weapon?
It was laying down just to the right of my door where I couldn't see it, where I was standing at that point.
And when did you see that weapon?
Well, after she said, and I shot him, I said, well, then you better come in. And I moved to the left to let her in, and that's when I noticed the line there on the ground.
Okay. And what was it?
There was a handgun.
What did you do with that handgun?
Once I got her in the house, I told her, I said, I can't leave that out there. No, I don't know whether she responded or not, but then I went out, reached down, picked it up by the trigger guard, brought it back in the house, and set it down inside the door.
Okay. And when you say inside the door, was that on the floor or was there a table?
It's on the floor.
On the floor. So once you brought her into the house, where did you go?
Once I brought the weapon in, I shut the door and locked it. And I looked at her and I said, what condition is Doug in? And she said, I don't know. Or she said, don't know. She just don't know. I said, where's your mother in Emerson? And she said, at the park.
So you knew her mother and you knew Emerson, her daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And she said at the park?
At the park.
And at some point during this conversation when she was at your house, did she tell you that that gun was hers?
After listening to the tapes, I was able to hear her say it, but it was really faint, yeah.
Okay. Did you call 911?
I did.
Have you listened to the 911 call?
Many times.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 1. You can take a look at this. What is this?
I don't know. It's a disc, I guess.
It's a disc.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
The 911 call.
Oh, okay.
And when you listened to this 911 call, was it an accurate representation of your conversation with the person on the other line? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It wasn't me.
Pardon?
Yes, I recognize my own voice.
The state would enter into evidence State's Exhibit 1.
No objection.
We received?
What was Ashley's mood when she was there?
I'm sorry, Ashley's what?
Ashley's mood?
Terrified.
Okay. Was she, do you remember?
Like she was trying, but she just couldn't get any words out after that last statement about where her mother and daughter were. That was really the last coherent amount of words that ever came out of her mouth that I could understand. At that point, it was just stuttering and shaking and sobbing.
Okay. So you did not have any other conversations with her, meaningful conversations with her after that?
No, the rest of the conversation was a 911 operator.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 1.
Members of the jury, when physical evidence, documents, photographs, video or audio recordings, and so forth are admitted or received by the court, they may be published to the jury. This means shown to the jury. Depending on the type of evidence, it might be shown to you on the overhead screen, through the sound system, handed out for you to look at, or shown to you. Evidence that is admitted or received by the court will be available to you during your deliberations, and you will have as much time as you need to review and consider the evidence. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to, view, and consider the evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Finally, you are about to hear a recorded conversation. This recorded conversation is proper evidence, and you may consider it just as any other evidence. You are also going to be furnished a transcript of the recorded conversation. The recording is the evidence, and the transcript is being provided to you only as a guide to help you follow along as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the
edited
transcript,
phone call.
you must rely on what you hear and not what you have read. Also, any notes that you want to make during the playing of the audio should be on your notepads. Once we have played this audio for you, the transcript, as I said, is not evidence. You will not be allowed to keep the transcript, and the transcript will not
I
go
wonder
back with
what they
you
took out.
during your deliberations. But the audio recording will be available. So you just take one and pass it down. Help yourself, sir. Yeah, if you want some water. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Manatee County 911, what is the address of your emergency?
Hi, my address is 11327 White Rock Terrace.
Okay, can you repeat that for me to make sure I have it correctly?
The house next door, honey, what's your address?
Edit out.
Okay, it's right next door to me. She just came over. Her strange husband attacked her, and she says she shot him. Now, we've not gone over there yet. A doctor.
Okay, what's his name?
Who?
What is his name?
His name is Doug Banfield.
Okay.
I have not gone over there. I'm not
Okay,
go back.
I don't want you to go over there. Stay on the line just one moment. I'm going to connect you over to the sheriff's dispatch, okay?
Okay.
One moment.
Calm down, honey. Calm down.
What is your name, sir?
My name's John Sant, KMT. I live next to
Office dispatch on a recorded line. This is Gabby. How can I help you? Hey, Gabby, it's Karen. On the 11327, I have John Singer on the phone. He's saying the neighbor came over, female neighbor. It was a domestic. She shot her husband. Okay. All right, I'm going to get that on the screen, okay? Okay. Which screen is this for? At the 11327 White Rock Terrace. Okay.
That's my address.
That's your address? What's her address? Where does it occur at?
Her address is right next to, I believe it's 11331. No,
She's on the corner? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, on the corner. She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here. Do you want me to go over and look at anything, or just wait for the police?
No, I want you to just wait for the police, okay?
All right, if you could just get them here quick. She came in, she was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said that he attacked her, and she shot him.
Okay. I'm just getting that all on the screen, okay?
Okay. I know, honey. Come on, calm down. I know. Go ahead, ma'am.
Where is the gun? Is it with her, or is it just...
I have it right here, ma'am. It's sitting on the floor inside the door. My door's locked, so in case he isn't, he can't get up. I'm also armed if he does come over and try to harm her, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
I'm kind of concerned with her mother and the little girl might get back there and find this whatever happened. Don't go out there, honey. Come on. I know. Come on, honey. Sit down. Sit down. I know.
Yeah. All right, I just want you guys to stay on the phone with me, okay?
No, I'm right here with you. I'm just with her. I'm trying to comfort her. We're in the house.
Oh, he's a witness for the prosecution.
Oh, the police are going to want no problem. I know, baby. You got to sit down. Come on. There's no... Well, honey, they want you to stay here. If he isn't, we can't take a chance. That's why I want them to hurry up before
The
they get back to the car.
deputies are moving as fast as their hand. They're coming priority. They're coming lights and sirens. They just want to get and make sure that everything's okay.
Tangled him in her legal web.
So where in the house is he?
Where in the house is he? Her bedroom. No, I don't know where that is. So it's one of the bedrooms. It's a lot like mine, so I'm going to assume when you go into is the garage door open? When you go into the garage, it's going to be on the left? Yeah, on the left.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm just getting that typed up, okay?
What, ma'am?
I'm just getting everything on the screen, okay?
Okay.
I should have Gabby pulling up here soon. Do you see him?
I know, I'm in the back now looking out. I know which way the park is in Central Park here.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, the sheriff's here. Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you
The
want?
sheriff's car just pulled.
Yeah.
What
They
do you
just
want
pulled
us
up to
to
the other
do?
address. I'm going to stay on the line with you until a deputy gets with you. Okay.
Okay. Okay, the sheriff is here. I'm not too sure where they're going.
I'm just staying on the line with you. The deputies.
I'm right here. I haven't left yet.
Yeah.
I just see it's a SUV sitting out there in front of my neighbor's house, right in front of my house. Just to calm, you know, they're going to take you into custody. You know that, right? Okay, just you know, you just calm down and just calm. Okay. I know.
Okay. You just let me know when they come knock on your door, okay?
Are they coming now, the police?
They will. They're waiting for a little bit of additional units. They want to have everything.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm glad they're, geez, we got to get a hold of, don't go out. Until the police officer comes and look.
They're going to let me know what they want me to tell you, okay? They're just going to have other people with them. They don't want anything to get out of hand without having proper backup, you know?
Yeah. Well, like I said, the weapon's here.
Mm-hmm.
I just want them to know that exactly where it's just sitting right inside the door. It's on the floor. And I did reach out when she ran in and picked it up off my front patio and brought it in. I wasn't going to leave it outside.
They're probably just all family members.
Police officer.
I don't know. But they're not witnesses because they can't be around.
Is it just inside the front door or the back door?
Listening to testimony.
Say that again?
Is it just inside the front door or like the back door patio area?
I'm by the front door. She came in the front. I'm sitting here staring at an officer right now.
Okay.
Looks like he's talking to one of the other cars. Neither one of them moving.
Yeah. I'll let you know when it's time, when to come out, okay?
Okay. Hey, is that your weapon or his? Okay. Okay. That's why. Let me get my. Okay, just calm down, huh?
Okay. Now the deputies want her to go outside with her hands up, nothing in them. Okay?
You want her to go out?
Yes. They want her to come out with not
out of my house.
Yes.
Does he know she's in my house?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So you're gonna have to go out, okay?
And they want you to stay inside.
Okay. Put your hands where you can see him, okay? All right. Where's she at?
Just start walking out front. They're outside.
I don't see him anywhere. She sure isn't her.
Just start walking out. They're not going to do anything. They just want to make sure that everything's safe and that they're safe, okay?
Can I take her out? She's really upset.
No, they want you to stay inside. It says female only.
Stay inside on your hand? I don't see it. Now, are they at the right house?
We've told them multiple times which house to be at.
Yeah, 11327. I'm right in front of that SUV that does not have its light. Hold up right there, honey. Where are they at? There's a police officer over on the, with the flashing. Okay, one of them sees her now.
Yeah, just keep her walking out. Okay?
Honey, do they see you?
They're probably giving her instructions, okay?
Okay. Now, I need a police officer to come and get this weapon.
Yeah, they're going to come and get the weapon. They just wanted to make sure.
Okay, here they come now. Okay.
Folks,
This
just
is
hand
hard.
those transcripts back down to
Oh
the
my
deputy.
gosh.
may resume your question.
At any time during this interaction with Ashley, did she appear to have any injuries?
No,
Okay. Did you see any blood on her?
no,
Okay. Did she complain of any injuries?
no,
How about her clothing? Did you notice, was her clothing ripped or anything wrong with her clothing?
not that I know, no.
Okay. And eventually,
Yeah,
did the
if you
police
notice,
come
the
to your
daughter didn't
house?
show any emotion. I
me?
mean, she's
Yes.
been waiting
Yes,
for
she
this
did.
day for years.
And did they recover that
Ashley's showing
firearm that she had brought over that you left?
They did it while I was outside, because when I went back in, it was gone.
prepping
Okay.
this show
assume
for
they
a
took it.
while.
Okay, so maybe you didn't see them take it, but
No.
it was gone.
No.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Okay. Cross.
Afternoon, Mr. Sant.
Afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Thank you for coming this afternoon. With court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Sant, I've passed you a photograph. I'm going to mark it for identification as fence exhibit number 1, if I can.
And Mr. Sant,
Yes,
I don't mean to keep startling you. I apologize.
that's okay.
Can I please have that transcript? No, the transcript. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sant, can you identify that?
Well, it looks like my house and Alicia's house at the time.
Yes, sir. And they lived in the house right next door to you, I believe you said.
The one with the red dot on it.
Yes. It was the corner house, correct?
Yes, right,
And it's got a red dot on it?
right.
All right. Is it an accurate representation of your house in comparison and in position to where Miss Banfield lived?
Yeah.
Would you do me the favor, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would you put a check mark on the roof of your house?
My house.
Yes,
All right.
your house that's depicted in that picture. Okay, we're going to help the jury see how this took place. We'll put it on the overhead. Objection, putting it on the overhead. Can we put it on the overhead?
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, can you dim some lights for us? Just the jury and the presentation about it. Is this just a demonstrative aid?
Yes, sir. Okay, so, Mr. Sant, just if I may turn your attention, if you could.
This one or this?
Actually, I think maybe you'll be able to see it better on this one. Your chair should swing around.
Oh, yeah.
You see the one with the red dot on it?
Yes,
That's Ashley's house,
yes,
and your house is immediately to the left, correct?
yes.
All right. Thank you.
Don't move that mouse.
I'd like to move that into evidence, Your Honor, as defense exhibit number 1 at this point.
Okay. I just asked a minute ago if it was a demonstrative aid or if you were admitting it.
Well, was it demonstrative aid up until Mr.
So
Sant?
admit things first if you want. Any objection?
And Judge, I recognize it's the state's case, but I have no objection to this exhibit.
All right, received.
Mr. Sant, you've told us that on this terrible occasion, Ashley was terrified.
Yes,
I think you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think you said she was stuttering and shaking.
Yes.
Pretty hysterical.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Sant, you're pretty familiar with firearms, are you?
Somewhat. I use them. I go to firing ranges now. I'm no expert, but I.
Was there anything about that firearm on that day that you noticed that was unusual?
First thing I noticed is when I saw it, there was a spent cartridge stuck between the slide and the entrance to the chamber.
A spent cartridge, meaning a fired cartridge?
I'm sorry, yes, it was empty.
Okay, and it was stuck where?
It was stuck between the slide, front end of the slide and the back end of the chamber entrance.
The slide on the gun that cocks it and loads another bullet into the chamber?
Correct.
So could we agree that the weapon was jammed?
The weapon had been misfired or mishandled.
Okay.
It wasn't held far, and it didn't eject it far enough.
Now, what is that indicative of, that a cartridge would be stuck like that?
Ejection foundation.
I'm going to sustain.
Mr. Sant, do you have experience to the extent of being familiar with weapons and what would cause a cartridge to get stuck in the manner that it was on this gun on that day?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Do you want to be heard?
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What is that indicative of, Mr. Sant?
In my experience, was the weapon wasn't held properly when that particular cartridge was fired.
And when you say by held properly, meaning held too loosely? Questions.
Redirect.
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Sant,
Yes.
You are released from your subpoena. You are free to go.
Okay.
No, you can't take those. They wouldn't work outside anyway. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay, can you flip on the lights? Do you need the presentation?
Not with this next witness. And the state would call Deputy Burrow.
All right.
Man, that screen is really loud. Yeah, he's everybody but the defense.
Hello, sir.
Sir, afternoon.
My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right if you need it.
I don't guess you can be too old to testify, Donna. Do you remember the Letitia Stout trial?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
That old psychiatrist lady?
Please state your
Holy
full name and
crap.
spell your last name for the record.
Deputy Thomas Burley, Baurle.
Burley, I said it wrong. I apologize.
That's okay.
And how are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been so employed?
Manatee
Going on
County.
23
I love
years.
manatees.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
Patrol.
And what are your daily duties as a patrol deputy?
Patrolling my zone, which is Lakewood Ranch currently, and taking calls for service.
And back in September of 2020, were you in the same position?
Yes, ma'am.
And would your duties have been the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And to become a law enforcement officer many moon ago, what kind of training or education did you obtain?
Be a law enforcement academy here in Manatee County.
And then since then, do you continue to have courses that are offered through the sheriff's office that you can take if you'd like?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Do you recall if you were working days or nights then?
I was working second shift, which would be 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And you said your zone now is in Lakewood Ranch.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Our county's, the sheriff divides the whole county up into zones.
Correct.
Okay. And what zone is that you're in now?
My zone is North 80, which is Lakewood Ranch, which covers from State Road 70 to University Parkway, from I-75 to Lorraine Road.
And so on September 27th of 2020, what zone were you in if it was something
North
else?
80.
North 80.
Yes, ma'am.
And during your shift that day, did you respond to 11327 White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of the call?
It came out originally as a 911 call that a female had come to the neighbor's house and she had a gun with her.
And when you hear a call such as that, does it affect how you respond to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does it do that?
Depending on the situation, sometimes it's priority lights and sirens. Sometimes it's a normal response.
And how about once you arrive at the scene, does it affect how you would react when you got to the scene?
Yes, ma'am. Per protocol, we park a minimum a few houses away from the actual caller's address.
And is that based on the fact that there was a firearm?
Correct.
Thank you. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how long it took you to arrive since you were in your same zone? If you had to guess.
That's adjacent. That's North 70. It's
Oh,
an
I'm
adjacent
sorry.
zone. I would.
And I think I didn't ask the right questions earlier. You were in zone North 80 then?
Correct.
Where was this call?
North 70.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I messed that up. And when you arrived, what did you do?
Again, per protocol, I parked a few houses away. I observed a vehicle parked on the opposite side of the street directly across from the 911 caller's residence. So I took up a position behind that vehicle because I was the only deputy on scene at the time. I was waiting there behind the vehicle for additional deputies to arrive on scene.
And did they arrive?
That was literally
Yes,
the
ma'am.
first thing she said was he attacked me and I shot him.
How long were you there, you think, by yourself?
Well, a minute maybe.
And she brought the
once
gun with her.
Additional deputies arrive, what happens?
The second deputy arrived was Deputy Vreeland, which that was his zone. Dispatch still had the 911 caller on the phone. So we had the Deputy Vreeland told dispatch to have the 911 caller tell the female to come out with her hands up.
And did she do that?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
And were you able to observe her at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any observations about her person?
Just she was visibly upset.
And did you see any injuries?
Not that I observed, no.
And did you notice anything about her clothes? Was it ripped or
No, ma'am. She was wearing a sports bra, shorts, and sneakers.
And they seem to be intact?
Seem to be intact, yes.
Thank you. Was she saying anything when she exited the home?
No, ma'am.
What happened to her once she exited?
Deputy Vreeland proceeded forward to the middle of the road and placed her into handcuffs. And being as my car was the closest, we brought her to my car, placed her in the back seat of my car.
And why would...
Can we approach for a moment?
Yes.
So that was the first thing she said to the neighbor was that he attacked me and I shot him, talking about her husband. And she actually almost got shot herself through the door of the neighbor because she was beating on his house and he couldn't see. He was looking out on the house to try to see what was going on and he did not see her. So he went to his bedroom and got his gun. Florida people, man, they're ready to shoot you in no time flat. But he got his Glock and ready to shoot her through the door. And yeah, that's what I was saying. I thought that too. Like on the stand, I thought that when he said it, like I was like, it's kind of weird that the defense didn't object and say hearsay, because he shouldn't have been able to say what she said. It's so weird in trials that some things they get away with and some things they don't. Yeah, I don't understand how they get to do that, Lenore.
And I think I was asking you why she was placed in cuffs and put in the police car.
Due to the circumstances and all.
Yes, sir. And at that time, actually, strike that. What was the next thing you did?
Other deputies were arriving on scene. So I yelled to any deputies that were there multiple, to watch Miss Banfield in the back of my car, while myself, Deputy Vreeland, and I believe it was Detective Jones, proceeded to the house to clear the residence.
And would that have been the house next door to the 911 call?
Correct. Directly next door.
Thank you. And did you enter that home?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you enter the home?
Through the front door.
Did you notice anything outside the house?
Yes, ma'am. There was a large moving van, I believe it was a U-Haul in the driveway, and the garage door was open. Looked like they were moving stuff.
The big door was up. Okay. And when you went in through the front door, were you the first person or was Deputy Vreeland in front of you?
Deputy Vreeland was first, I was second, and Detective Jones was third.
And was the door locked, if you know?
No.
And what happened once you got inside?
As we entered the house, I observed the first bedroom to the left. I observed just a pair of legs, basically just above the knee down. Deputy Vreeland immediately took that room to check it. Myself and Detective Jones proceeded through the rest of the house to clear the rest of the house.
And what are you doing when you clear a house?
Making sure there's nobody else in there that could be hurt or injured or any threats.
And did you find anyone else in the home other than the set of legs you left with Deputy Vreeland?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever go back into that bedroom?
No, ma'am.
And did you remain in the residence?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go?
Myself and Detective Jones immediately left the residence, and I went straight to my patrol car and proceeded to get inside my patrol car to sit with Miss Banfield.
Your Honor, can I have just a second?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask, was EMS on scene when you were on scene?
There was so much going on. I don't know if they had arrived while we were in clearing the house or they arrived right after. I'm not sure exactly when they arrived.
Okay, but at some point they were there.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask them to check Miss Banfield to make sure
Yes,
she
ma'am.
was okay? And did she require any medical treatment?
No.
What was the next thing that you did?
Sat in my car with Miss Banfield and waited till I was directed what to do.
And were you eventually given some direction?
Yes, I was advised to transport her down to the main sheriff's office in Bradenton for interviews with
And that's
detectives.
the one by the mall?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you got there, how long is that ride?
20 to 30 minutes.
Once you got there, what did you do?
Once upon my arrival, escorted Miss Banfield up to the entrance where I believe it was Detective Justin Warren was there, and I believe one of Miss Banfield's attorneys was there as well.
Ooh, I wonder if they're going to have.
And did you conduct any further investigation in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions for the defense. Any more questions?
Cross?
Yes, sir.
Afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few questions. If you don't understand any of my questions, please just ask me to repeat them.
Yes, sir.
I think you told us Miss Banfield's condition emotionally on that day when you saw her was she was hysterical.
Visibly upset.
In distinguishing between visibly upset and hysterical, can we agree that you felt she may have been in shock?
I honestly wouldn't know. I just observed her to be visibly upset and crying. I didn't see any hysteria or anything like that involved.
Okay, you're basically like any deputy trained in basic first aid, no?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so you would recognize shock if you saw it?
Possibly.
All right. Do you recall giving a deposition in this case, Deputy Brawl, on August 20th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Hand this to you and see
Sure. I have a copy as well.
if that refreshes your recollection at all.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even recall everything I said in the deposition due to the time frame.
And in seeing it now, does it help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. So once again, on that particular day, did you think she may have been in shock?
According to my deposition, yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
You told us that when she was initially placed in your squad car, she had on a sports bra.
That's what I would say it was, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. My question runs to whether or not at some point following that, a request was made and a deputy brought a cover shirt for Miss Banfield to wear.
I don't recall a request being made. I just recall Deputy Reeling bringing out a shirt and pair of shoes. I don't know who made that request.
She put the shirt on.
I believe so, yes.
I want to ask you for a minute about report writing. Did you write a report that reflects your participation in this particular case?
I did a supplemental report, yes, sir.
Okay, that's pretty routine for deputies, is it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Deputy Burrell, would it be a fair statement to say that in Police Academy, they actually train you in report writing and how important it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be because, can you even give us an estimation of how many calls you might respond to in a month?
It'd be very hard.
Okay. And by documenting significant things in your report, you don't have to rely on your memory 8 months, 2 years, 3 years down the road.
Most of the time, yeah. As with any call, sometimes you remember things after the fact.
Of course. So I want to ask you if you independently recall on May 7th, 2018, responding to a call involving a suspicious person in the driveway of Miss Banfield's home. That would have been right next door to the home that she came walking out of.
I have no recollection of that, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yeah, she's playing the role for sure, LaDonna.
Let me pass this to you, Deputy Boyle. See if
I mean, she's acting more upset than his
refreshes your
family.
recollection. Feel free to peruse it.
I don't recall this one, sir.
Is that your name?
It's got my name on it.
Okay.
But I don't recall it.
You don't doubt that it's
No, I don't doubt it's mine.
report that was offered by you.
You know, sometimes the system gets mixed up, our electronic report writing system.
Yeah.
Still happens today. Sometimes you go to write a report and somebody else's, another deputy's name inadvertently ends up as the primary on that. If you don't catch it, it stays that way.
Yeah. At least as we sit here now, you don't have any reason to suspect that's the case as opposed to it being an earlier,
possible.
Let me finish. Okay. As opposed to it being an earlier report that you compiled that you just don't have any memory of this far forward.
It's possible.
Okay. So with the court's permission, if that memorializes your perception of that call on that day, I want to ask you a couple of questions, if I may.
Again, I don't recall this, so I no.
Did you hear me,
I think I
LaDonna?
can answer questions related to.
Here we go. Back to the sidebar. Yeah. Well, now her mom is possibly a co-conspirator. Much like this one's mom, probably a co-conspirator. I mean, how convenient that the mom and child were not home, right? Right? I mean, well, at least this one, she okay, China. She shot her husband. Most women just poison, which is really, really a crappy way to go. But she shot him a bunch, didn't she? Didn't he get shot a bunch of times? She's definitely spoiled. I mean, that ballerina is not cheap. Jody Arias, man, that is insane. I know, bless his heart. He's like, do I take these with me? Like on an airplane. They don't even give you headphones anymore on the airplane, on the aeroplane. I hope she does faint.
Deputy, when you respond to a call and you fill out a incident or investigation report, among other information that you enter routinely into those reports is the identity.
No. Again, as I previously stated, if you're one of the responding deputies, sometimes that was an old system. We're on a new system, still does the same thing. Sometimes it can inadvertently put one of the other deputies on there as the primary. So if you don't catch it, the report goes through with that other deputy's name on it. So it's all electronic.
Now, that's 2 times you've explained that. So are you telling us that that is the standard practice, that dispatch makes a mistake?
It's not dispatch, sir.
Don't catch it?
It's not dispatch. It's
it would be the exception. Could we agree?
It could possibly. It can happen. And It does happen. Yes.
So now, let me ask my question to you again.
Okay.
Among the other information that goes into an incident report, does it identify the deputy who is making the report?
Usually, yes.
All right. Does this identify the deputy that was making the report?
It identifies me.
Now, what I would like to ask you, Deputy Burrell, is who the complainant was. That's another piece of information that's inserted in a report, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, and the nature of the complaint as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, Juan Martinez wrote a book about her. Well, Jodi Arias is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs crazy. That chick. To stab somebody that many. I know. I'm having bad weather here. I wonder who that is. Yeah, to stab somebody that many times, that's insanity. Like, first of all, again, lazy, okay? I am not fixing to do all that. That's too much work, okay? Like, no. That's just way too much work. And I'm not trying to clean up a mess either. So, like, stabbing is like, that's too much work. I mean, I don't want to make a mess. And then people who do that kind of stuff and then clean up after, like, what the heck are you doing? Did she shoot him too? That's right, she did, right? That's a lot. What the heck, man? Jeez, people. I don't understand people who commit crimes, try to clean it up. Like, that should be it. What in the devil?
In the usual course of events, Deputy Burrow, when you enter information
Too much
into an
work.
incident
Way too much
report,
work, Madonna.
is it fresh in your mind?
Say that again, sorry.
In the usual course of
You
events,
gotta be invested.
when you fill out an incident report,
For real.
is the information fresh in your mind?
Usually, yes.
Okay. And while it's fresh in your mind, you place it into the report as to such things as the date and the time and the location, the name of the complainant and the nature of the call.
Correct.
All right. Now, I think you've told us that sometimes mistakes are made in these reports and they're attributed to different deputies.
Correct.
I think you also told us that that's the exception rather than the rule.
Correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that this particular report is that exception or not? Do you have any information that leads
Again,
you?
I don't recall that particular call you're speaking of with that paper, but it's most likely was me.
Okay. Now, may I proceed, Your Honor?
It's an objection.
Oh, at this point.
Thank you. Would you tell us, Deputy Burrell, who the complainant was for that call?
Ashley Banfield.
Would you tell us what the date of the complaint was?
May 7th, 2018.
And will you tell us what the nature of the call was?
According to the narrative here.
Don't read the narrative. Just tell us the nature of the call.
I have to read through the narrative to be able to tell you because I don't recall this.
You got to take that up with Judge White.
What's been allowed is not detailed, just a
Correct, yeah.
general description.
Yes, sir. I understand. Yeah.
Okay, and the nature of the call?
Person in their driveway suspected to be
This happened
Douglas
in
Benefield.
Bradenton, Florida.
And that was
Really nice
at what
there.
address?
Or used to be. Haven't been there. I used to live there.
That would be
Never mind how many years ago, but it was really nice then.
11331 White Rock Terrace.
And what was the time of the call?
2154 hours. So that would be
Here, Tampa.
9:54 p.m.
Nighttime.
Yes, sir.
It has good schools. Used to, anyway.
All right, Your Honor, I have another report, but we have an objection.
Of course. And she's like, I am out. Yeah, her trial should be interesting. She looks like a nun as well. I just can't believe the amount of, I guess narcissism is the only word I can think of these people who, like Corey Richens, like she wrote the book about her husband's death for it's a child's book, goes on television. Like, she's just like, who does that? It's just baffling. And then, are there that many crazy people in the world? I mean, like, you look at Jodi Arias, like, she just went on about her business. Like, she literally left his house after brutally killing him the way she did and goes against another dude, that just is nuts. Like nothing ever happened. It's like Surf Pro. Like, what the heck? Casey Anthony. She has a beautiful little girl. And what is she doing? She's partying it up. Having a good old time for an entire month. And how does she get acquitted? What in the world? And not a hung jury. She's acquitted. Like she'll never be tried again. That case is just colder than a freaking other side of the pillow. Never going to find out. They're not even, are they even investigating that anymore? Like the one person, she'll never be tried again. It just makes no sense. And for her to go on and have her own documentary, oh, it's just disgusting. You know, women are crazy. That's why I don't trust women in I'm sorry. I don't, you cannot put women in positions of power. Women are crazy. They're dangerous. Don't mess with women. They will mess you up.
So Deputy Burrow, I have one other question for you about one of your calls. Apparently you cover a lot of ground.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask
Anthony.
you if you recall, and now this is going back to 2019, specifically December 8th, 2019.
Jeez, dude.
You obviously worked the night shift at 2055. Suspicious person call in progress at (11332) White Rock Terrace in Bradenton. Do you recall that?
No, sir.
No.
Thanks very much, Deputy.
Redirect?
Yes, Judge. I don't have anything, Judge. Thank you.
All right, can this witness be released?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes, he can be.
Keep them, all right. Sir, you're released from your subpoena, you're free to go.
Wait, Your Honor, I'm sorry. We may need to recall.
Never
Yes, sir.
mind. Just
You are
kidding.
not releasing your subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony, the questions asked, or the testimony given here in the courtroom with anyone, including the attorneys or any other witness or anyone else. And you're not to view or watch or talk with any witnesses about their testimony.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so can y'all explain to me, is that really his
Okay,
co-counsel, and why is he not
Stay with
sitting at the
John
defense
Jones.
table?
I think the deputy already has to get him.
Sure.
Or is he just an assistant or something?
Oh, and Judge, I will need the system for this one. Please.
That system is loud. Oh, he's doing the Vulcan. Did y'all see that? He's doing the Vulcan.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good. My name is Judge Ryder, presiding over the case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone and adjust up, down, left,
Well,
right,
the
however you need
judge
it.
told him he couldn't
If you
sit
speak
at
in
the
a loud,
defense
clear
table,
voice,
but I
we'll be able to
can't
hear
remember why.
If we hear you breathing, you know you're too close.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
John Jones, Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a detective with Manatee County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been so employed?
since September of
Okay.
2014.
Focus swearing. Star Trek.
And what are your current duties of the Sheriff's Office?
I am a property detective currently.
And does that mean you investigate property crimes?
Yes.
Okay. And back in September of
Could be Illuminati.
2020, were you in that same unit or a different unit?
Different unit,
And what was that unit?
the Violent Crimes Task Force.
And what are your primary duties as a member of the Violent Crimes Task Force?
Investigate violent or aggravated circumstance, respond to same.
And when you, what kind of education did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Went through the basic law enforcement academy in Valencia and Orlando.
And since then, have you continued to take classes through the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And do you take some on providing first responder aid as a first responder?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF at the time, did you work a specific shift?
I worked 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And was that the correct, or is that the shift you were working at that time?
Yes, it is.
Sorry, I got distracted. And did you does VCTF have a zone, or are they in the whole county?
They're countywide task force.
And during your shift on the 27th of September 2020, did you respond to a call on White Rock Terrace?
Yes, I did.
And is that here in Manatee County?
It is.
And how did you find out about this call?
It was dispatched over the radio.
And what was the nature of the call?
Shooting with injuries, I do believe.
And does the nature of the call affect how you respond?
It does.
And how did you respond to this call?
Lights and sirens activated.
And is that because of the fact that there was a shooting?
Yes.
Do you remember how long it took you to get over to White Rock Terrace?
Not very long.
Or you were close in the area?
I was at State Road 64 in Lakewood Ranch Boulevard when it came out.
And what kind of area is this where this home is?
Residential.
Like a subdivision?
Subdivision, yes.
And when you arrived, were other law enforcement officers already on scene?
Yes.
Several or just a few?
A few.
And what did you do when you first arrived?
I was asked to ensure nobody come out of the back of a residence.
And
nobody came out of the back of the residence.
Okay. And after that, what did you do?
I went to the front of the residence to clear the house to ensure there was no person inside the house.
And was that the same house or was the neighboring house?
Back of the residence was the neighboring house.
Okay. So you started at the back of the house next door to the one where you eventually entered?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you went over to the neighboring house. Did you notice anything about the outside?
Can't recall.
That's fine. And do you recall how you entered that house?
Yes, through the front door.
Thank you. And what was the purpose for going in there?
To ensure that there was no person inside that was armed and to render aid to anybody inside.
And did you find anyone inside the home?
I did.
And who was it? Or was it a man or a woman?
It was a man.
And where was he?
He was in a bedroom.
And was he standing up or?
No, he was lying down.
And can you kind of describe what you observed in that bedroom?
Yes, I observed the male laying down on the floor, sort of in the middle of the floor. He had a gunshot wound to his right about here, and then another one down by his leg. There was blood under his right leg.
And was this room set up with a bed and a dresser and all those things, or did it look different?
It looked like it was empty.
And based on that room and the other rooms, did it appear someone was either moving in or out of that home?
Yes, it did.
And you've told us you observed what you believe to be gunshot wounds. Did you make any other observations of him?
Yes, he was wearing gray shorts and a gray shirt.
or a dark colored shirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 2 and 3. You take a look and tell me if you recognize those items.
Yes.
I'm just going to leave it for 1 second. Other than, how do you recognize them?
This is the shirt that the defendant or a victim was wearing.
And that's states 2, and as to states 3.
These are the shorts the victim was wearing.
And other than having been repackaged for trial, do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition when you saw them?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 2 and 3.
No objection. Received.
And Detective, I'm just going to hold this up. This is states 2. This is the shirt the victim you found was wearing.
Oh, that's cool.
And it appears to have been cut. Do you know how that happened?
Yes, I cut it
And what was the purpose of cutting it?
to check for injuries.
And then this is states 3. These are the shorts that he was wearing?
Yes.
Okay. And they're also cut. Did you do that?
I did not.
Do you know how that would have occurred?
Likely by emergency medical services.
Is that normal for EMS staff to remove clothing like you did the shirt?
Yes.
As to these shorts in states.
Well, yeah, girl, you gotta
3,
get all that.
Can you look at them and tell me what the size
you kill him?
is?
Dang. Don't you know anything,
men's
LaDonna?
30.
Thank you. And as to the
Have you learned
shirt in
nothing
states
from me in
2,
China?
Can you look at that and
You
tell
gotta
me
get them while
what
they're
the size
young,
is?
train them up,
Not
get all you can out of them.
glasses. Hold on a minute. Size small.
Thank you, sir.
Look, if they're willing to keep coming back and do stuff for you, that's their fault.
Other than cutting his shirt, well, let me ask you this first. Did you touch him?
I did.
And how did he feel?
He was cool to the touch.
And did you attempt to provide medical aid?
I did.
And how so?
I began packing wounds to initiate CPR before EMS arrived on scene.
And what does that mean, packing wounds?
Putting gauze over wounds to keep whatever's inside when you're doing compressions.
And did you eventually start CPR?
No.
And why not?
EMS arrived on scene.
And were they very far behind you when you arrived?
Not very far, but I can't remember exactly how long.
And while you were attempting to provide medical aid, was somebody else taking some photos of the scene as you found it?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you states 18, 19, and 20. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize those photos?
18 is me checking for the pulse on the victim.
Just take a look at them real quick and tell me if you recognize them first.
Yes.
Okay. And
yes.
And are those photos that we just discussed that were taken while you attempted to do aid?
Yes.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene as you recall it from September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 18, 19, and 20 and publish the same.
May I just see them, Your Honor?
Of course.
No objection.
States 18, 19, and 20 will be received.
Detective, I'm
So when
going
you
to.
say publish, you mean up here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Get the long screen.
Detective, I'm going to show you right. Let me give you this in case you need it. It's a pointer. That's like a red button in case you need it. It's a dot.
I mean, they were separated and divorced longer than they were
I'm going to show you states 18 and ask you to describe what is depicted in 18.
That is me checking the victim for a pulse after the AED hasn't been placed.
And that's you on the right, that's your head.
Yes, sir.
And on the left, is that another deputy?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you said after placing the AED, what is that?
You're so funny, Lynn. He's already wiped it with the bags under her right eye.
And I'm going to show you states
from her fake cry.
19.
States 19.
Yes. Is this the victim as you found him?
Yes, it is.
And those are the shorts we just saw.
Yes.
Thank you. And then states 20.
Yes.
Is this the position you found when you found him? Is this the same position he was in?
Yes.
Okay. And in the top right of this picture, there appears to be something tan. Do you know what that is?
It appears that it's a mattress stood up against the wall.
Thank you. Thank you, Detective.
She got that biolage.
Did you make any other observations of evidence in that bedroom?
Yes.
And what was that?
There were 4 spent shell casings and 1 projectile in the room.
And a projectile, is that what I might call a bullet?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see anything, did you do anything else in the house after EMS took over aid?
No, we exited the residence and it was secured pending a search warrant.
And did you conduct any other investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
Judge, can I have just a moment?
Of course.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Cross?
Couple brief questions. Deputy Jones, afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
You were not, or you were the first deputy that made contact with Mr. Banfield?
I was one of the first. I couldn't tell you I was the first, but I was one of the first in the house, yes.
Were any other deputies in contact with Mr. Banfield prior to yourself?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right. Had Mr. Banfield been moved at any time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you ever witness anyone moving him?
Yes.
Other deputies?
EMS.
And the EMS?
Just EMS.
Just EMS?
Yes, sir.
No other deputies?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And EMS, correct me if I'm wrong, did they drag him out of the room?
I believe so, yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect.
I don't have anything, Judge.
Can this witness be released? State?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes.
Sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. All right, State.
I should have asked this already. Can we publish those? We don't have to witness, just publish them to the jury when we're calling the next witness.
What, 18, 19, and 20?
Sure, 2 and 3.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have asked them.
As I said, members of the jury, just take each of these items, take a look at the first one, pass it on. These will go back with you in the jury room during your deliberations. You'll have as long as you want to analyze and look at them. Announce your next witness, please.
This day would call Detective Tyler Ackerman.
Cool, sir. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right as you need it. So just, yeah, there you go. And just talk in a loud, clear voice right into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Tyler James Ackerman, Ackerman.
And by whom are you employed?
I work for the Nancy County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the sheriff's office?
Just about 9.5 years.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
Currently, I'm a violent crimes task force detective.
And were those the same duties you had in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your daily activities as a violent crimes task force detective?
What area?
What do you do at your?
Oh, okay. So we'll go out to assist patrol with calls for service pertaining to shootings, stabbings, robberies, stuff of that nature. And then we'll also assist other detectives with investigations.
Thank you. And what kind of training did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Prior to becoming a law enforcement officer, I went to police academy, which is a full term for 6 months. And then after that, there's additional training that we received at the agency to include in-service training, about a 3-month program that'll get us ready for the road, and then a 3.5-month program on the road to be able to pass to become a solo deputy.
And does that training in the academy and going forward involve firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do before you were a law enforcement officer?
Prior to law enforcement, before I went back to school to become a police officer, I was in the United States Army.
And when you were in the Army?
I was in the United States Army, sir.
And when you were in the Army, did you also receive firearms training?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were in the Army, were you in a position where you carried a gun regularly?
Yes, I was an infantryman. It was my job.
And as a law enforcement officer, do you, and a member of VCTF, do you carry a gun every day?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you, are you required to go out to the range and make sure you know how guns operate?
Correct. We're required annually to pass a test, but then we're also given the opportunity to go out to the range to practice and do more, because it takes more than shooting once a year to be proficient.
And do you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to ask you a little bit about September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF, were you working a specific shift?
Yes, ma'am. We work 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. That's our standard shift, unless something else that's happening in the county dictates that we change it.
And do you work in a specific area?
We have the entire county as our jurisdiction.
And during your shift that night, did you respond to a White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you informed of this call?
I believe it was through the radio. There was a shooting that was dispatched, and I couldn't tell you exactly how many of the members of my team, but we were together on a meal break.
And how long did it take you to get over there, if you recall?
I couldn't give an exact time frame, but maybe about 10, 15 minutes. I'm not 100% sure.
When you arrived, what did you observe going on?
When I first got to the scene, there was an ambulance that was parked in front of, I believe, the incident location. And there was a stretcher that was being loaded into the back of the ambulance, where there was a male that I visually observed on the stretcher.
And did you see a female?
Yes, there was a female that was being placed in the back of a marked patrol car, I believe. But I saw her for seconds, and then she was placed inside the vehicle.
And were there a lot of law enforcement on scene?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you tasked with doing?
Initially, when we get to a scene, we wait to see what needs to continue to be investigated or what people need help with. And there was information that said that the defendant went to the neighbor's house after the incident that took place. So myself, Detective Din, and I believe somebody from patrol went to that residence to make contact with the neighbor. and come have an interview completed with the neighbor to see what he knew happened.
And that home, and I apologize if you just said it, is directly next door.
Correct. If you're looking at the front of the incident location, it's the first house immediately to the left.
And what happened when you got over there?
When we went over there, Detective Din completed the interview with the neighbor. And then after the interview, we collected a multi-waiver for the house.
And what is that?
Multi-waiver is a form that's two-sided, and it has multiple different agreements that we can have. So if we go to a scene for this particular case, the multi-waiver is something that we collect from the person to get consent to enter and search their house with their permission in lieu of having a search warrant written sent to a judge.
And was Mr. Sant okay with you entering his house?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, I believe he signed it, but I have not seen the multi-waiver in 4 years. So.
Okay. And were you listening in on the interview? And I don't want you to tell me what was said between Detective Din and Mr. Sant.
I was there for.
Go do something else.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that?
To collect a firearm that was inside the residence.
Okay. And did you enter Mr. Sant's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you locate the firearm?
Yes.
And where was it?
If you were looking at the front door, as soon as the front door opens, immediately to your left on the ground was the firearm, and it was just below a window that was next to the door.
And what, if any, observations did you make about the firearm?
Initially, the first observation was that there was a magazine inside the firearm, appeared to be a semi-automatic black pistol, and the slide, which is the portion of the top of the pistol that retracts to unload a round after it's fired and then load a new round, was partially it wasn't completely seated in the forward position. There's a very small amount of it that was to the back.
And did you examine the gun on scene to determine why it was like that?
Yes.
And what did you see?
When I saw that, the firearm, you could see a little bit of ammunition or a round of ammunition inside the chamber.
No, I didn't hear about
That was the only
that.
observation I could see with it on the ground.
And did it appear? And was that a live round?
When I cleared the firearm,
I heard about the
ammunition that was inside the chamber with an unfired live round
killed
that was
her
still
boyfriend's baby.
able to be fired, or appeared to be able to be fired.
And I guess I should ask you, once
student.
you find a firearm, what do you do with it?
Generally,
hear about
the
that.
first task is to make it
That one.
safe, clear the firearm.
And so what does that mean?
So it would be pointed in a safe direction. The magazine is always the first thing to be removed from the firearm. So if you pull the slide to the rear and the magazine is still inside the firearm, one round will eject, but it will subsequently load another round into the chamber, which would make it still a live weapon.
And so did you remove the magazine?
Yeah, the magazine was removed first, and then after that, the slide was locked to the rear to prevent the slide from going forward. And when the slide was pulled to the rear, that's when the live round of ammunition was ejected out of the chamber.
Thank you. And at some point, did you take a photograph of the firearm?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been pre-marked with state 17. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
That's the firearm that I photographed and collected.
And does that photograph appear to accurately depict the firearm
Yes.
on that day? Your Honor, the state would ask to enter and publish state 17.
Mr. Taylor, is there any objection to the admission of state 17?
No, sir.
Received.
And Your Honor, once I'm done, could I just have it passed?
Okay.
Thank you. Once you made the firearm safe, what'd you do with it?
After that, it was placed in a new property bag.
And then did you take it to property and evidence yourself?
No, ma'am.
And what'd you do with it?
I waited with the firearm until CST, I believe it was CST Conlon, arrived to the neighbor's house and took custody of the firearm.
And a CST, what is that?
Crime scene technician, ma'am.
And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
All right, if we could go ahead and publish state 17. Mr. Taylor, hold on one second. They're publishing state 17.
Thank you.
The college student in Georgia, I got to look up and see when her trial starts. But yeah, she was like a pageant girl or something. And I was like, that girl was a pageant girl? Her mama never told her she wasn't pretty. That's what happens when you tell little kids they can be anything they want to be. Mm-mm.
May I see a copy of it from?
Of course. You can see the actual exhibit. All right, cross-exam.
I mean, you saw her, LaDonna, didn't you? I'm not lying.
Afternoon, Detective. Good afternoon,
I'm not lied to her.
I think we can agree that your testimony pretty much revolved around the firearm.
Yes, sir.
You have
We also
experience with firearms.
Yes, sir.
There's various reasons why a handgun such as this might jam.
That's right.
Correct?
Okay.
Might jam, but what
Don't
was
ask me
with
if I
the
remember
firearm
some
was not
2019.
consistent
I
with
can
a jam,
remember
sir.
some crap we saw last week.
The firearm was just slightly out of battery, which means that the slide was not locked to the rear.
And that's the exclusive reason for it to have been in the condition that it was, you think?
There's multiple reasons why the slide wouldn't go to the complete forward position.
That's what I
But
want.
what was with the firearm was not would be consistent with the jam. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so let's concentrate on the slide.
Yes, sir.
Are there various reasons why the slide would have been in that position?
Yes.
Is one of those reasons, Detective, someone who is not holding the gun firmly enough?
One of them can be if the way that the firearm reacts with recoil, especially with a pistol, is when the firearm is shot, it has to be firmly held in place for the slide to actually be able to use its own force to push back, eject around, and load a new one, sir.
Okay, and as a relative expert with firearms, you go to the range regularly, I would assume?
Pretty decently, sir.
All right, and you make certain when you fire a pistol that you are holding it firmly enough so that that doesn't happen?
I do, yes.
Okay, that comes with practice?
Yes.
And that comes with knowledge of the firearms?
I would say so.
So if somebody were a neophyte in the actual firing of the firearm and was scared and petrified, if they weren't holding it tightly enough, that slide could end up in the position that you found it in?
It could, but I think the thing that normally happens more commonly when it comes to a pistol and a grip being weak is that the round is still going to fire, but what happens is that the slide goes backwards, but it doesn't fully eject the round, which caused something that's called stovepipe. So the best way that I can explain that is that the firearm wants to load a new round of ammunition into the chamber, but the old round has to come out first. So what happens as the chamber is coming back, it actually goes forward, and then the shell casing that it wanted to eject gets stuck in that slide, so it can't go forward anymore.
Okay. And one of the other ways would be, as we discussed,
It could be, sir.
Yeah.
It could be ammunition, a spring, various things.
failure to hold it tightly.
Oh my gosh, why
Thank
are you so hung up on failure to hold it tightly? She shot him 4 times.
Redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay,
Can this witness
first of
be
all, let me
released?
just tell y'all, if you don't know much about guns,
Sir?
a Glock is
Mr.
one
Taylor?
of the most
Can
dependable
the witness be
guns
released from his subpoena?
of any.
All right, sir, you're
On
released
the
from your
market.
subpoena. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Honestly, there should never be a time when that gun misfires
All
or
right.
doesn't
Yes, you're fine. No, it has nothing to do with you.
have a round.
All right,
go
members
in
of the jury, it's about 3 o'clock, so I think it's a good time to take about 10 or 15 minutes. Let you
She's
stretch your
too
legs.
weak to-
I'm gonna
to
let you go
hold
back to
bench.
the
She
jury
had to do
room.
4 times,
Please
for
remember,
God's
just leave your notes here.
So-
Please remember, don't begin discussing the case or anything about it amongst yourselves. You are free to use your phones if you need to send and receive text messages or calls or email. That's just fine. But don't communicate with anyone outside the jury about the case. And please don't do any research on the people,
Glock
places, things, or
firearm
legal
is like
topics
the
we've
best
heard
weapon
anything
if you
about.
guys ever
And
consider
we'll
getting.
call you back out in just a few minutes after we get a break.
Let me just if you're having one, get a Glock. They're the most dependable to have.
All right, the jury is out. You all can have a seat. Thank you. Also, the transcripts that were used, I'm going to take one as an exemplar and just note that this is what was handed out to the jury. All right. 10 minutes, 15 at the latest?
Yes.
All right. Stretch, move around.
Do some calisthenics.
All right, we'll be off the record till then.
Because I can't believe he used the word calisthenics. He looks like he's doing a lot of calisthenics. That's hilarious. Yeah, so for her to not, I don't know why he's harping on this whole, like, she's not strong enough to hold the weapon. She was strong enough to hold it for enough rounds to come out of it to kill her husband. So I don't know what this whole strength thing is. If anybody has any suggestions on to why he's harping on the strength or why that particular round didn't come out, then please feel free to let me know, because I don't understand why that is a topic of conversation. But those are very reliable guns. Forget it. I can't say it. I can't spell it. Keep doing this YouTube crap. And there's channels that have gun. There's gun channels. My boyfriend watches them all the time. So there's that. Is there anybody on here from Detroit? Okay. So has anyone said what they thought about their I'm frozen. Oh. So what do y'all think about Kamala? She's going to be the Democrat nominee. How is this happening? What the heck, Kirsten? A woman who killed her husband, had many affairs. Well, look, our country is in shambles. I'm actually kind of terrified. I'm really concerned. I'm very worried. Very, very worried. I don't know what's going to happen. I know I keep bringing this up, but I'm very concerned. Okay. I'm gonna type in your description, Kirsten, that you gave, and just see what that popped up, because this could pop up like a lot of women. Is it Catherine Knight? Was this in Australia? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, I found something else. Oh, 15 minutes, LaDonna. Oh, well, I typed in what you said and it gave me this is really, really, really gross. I found something pretty dang awful. Oh, God. Dang. I wish I had not typed that in, Kirsten. This is bad. Holy bejesus. What the heck? Oh my God. Now you're giving me more awful information. Oh my Lord. No, this is bad. This chick. Oh Lord. Okay. Can I just read this to you? I had to see it. Now I have to tell you about it. Okay. Catherine Knight, slaughterhouse worker who skinned. Oh my gosh. Who skinned and cooked her boyfriend. Thanks, Kirsten. What the heck, you guys? I can't unsee it. No, whoa. Why? Why is there a picture? What? I know that's not her, Kirsten, but no, I typed in what you said, and this is what I got. Yeah, see that title? Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Kirsten. Oh. And she's a slaughterhouse worker? What the heck, man? That's not even cool. This happened in Australia in 2000. She grabbed her prized set of butcher knives and applied her lifetime of skills she learned working in a slaughterhouse to finally ending a series of arguments with her live-in boyfriend, John Pricey Price. Wow, you can't make this crap up. Knight had physically abused Price for years. Oh, she abused him. Oh my gosh. With attacks escalating when he refused to marry her. Well, why wouldn't he want to marry that, you guys? On the very last day of his life, in fact, Price took out a restraining order against her and told coworkers that if he didn't show up the next day, it would be because Knight had murdered him. Well, John Pricey Price certainly did not show up to work the next day. Price's employer summoned police who broke into his home, and officers found Catherine Knight unconscious after an apparent suicide attempt from overdosing on pills. Price turned up in pieces all over the apartment. Knight had stabbed Price 37 times and maliciously removed his skin all in one piece, which she then hung on a hook in the kitchen. Price's torso, arms, and atop the stove, Price's head bubbled in a stew with cabbage, potatoes, pumpkin, more cabbage, and zucchini. But the intended feast didn't end there. Oh my gosh. Knight set the dining room table with servings of baked potatoes, vegetables, and gravy mixed with prime pieces of Price's buttocks. Atop each plate sat a card bearing the names of Price's children. A photograph accompanied by a handwritten note served as a centerpiece. The note, with its misspelling intact, read, "Time got you back, Jonathan, for wrapping my daughter you to Beck for Ross, you little John. Now play with little John's Dick John Price." Medics rushed Knight to the hospital, where she woke up and was promptly arrested. A subsequent investigation into the notes' accusations found them to be utterly false. The murder and butchering of John Price capped off a lifetime of Catherine Knight's violent outbursts that made her notorious in Aberdeen, a tiny New South Wales town best known for, what else? Its meat industry. Knight had been married twice and mothered 4 children with 3 different fathers. All in her orbit seemed to fear her. Among Knight's previous transgressions, bloody public Donnybrooks with her twin sister, beginning when they attended school together and had to be separated, suddenly attacking and slashing the face of a teenage girl she did not know, throwing her own infant daughter on the town's railroad tracks. A neighbor saw and rescued the baby, roaming the local woods with an axe and swinging it at anyone that approached her, slitting the throat of her ex-husband's puppy, slamming the same ex in the head with a clothing iron and stabbing him with scissors, brawling with police officer and cutting him in the process. This lady's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and she's out of jail. Yeah, Kirsten. That's disgusting. She had a whole feast. She is not allowed anywhere near knives. Wow. So this was her, and apparently she skinned him in one. Like, how do you do that? How do you skin someone like that? Oh, no, never to be released. Okay, sorry. No, she's not out of jail. Oh, there's a film. Oh, her file is marked never to be released. Oh, there was a Hollywood deal in 2016. Hunter Valley murder to the screen. Huh. We need to be on the lookout for a movie about her. That's insane. She had a whole feast out for, ugh. So gross. So gross. Hey, Kirsten, I don't know what your other lady's name is, but that was gross. Wow. How do you skin an entire body? I can't even. I can't even like figure that out. I cannot figure that. I can't. I'm still flabbergasted at how in the world she skinned a whole person in one, like at one time. That's insane. Super crazy. I guess so, but like a entire human body, that's a lot. Sorry. Is it the blue-eyed butcher? Because there was a chick. They made a whole like a Lifetime movie about the blue-eyed butcher here. That's what they called it. It was in Galveston, Texas. Oh my gosh. Oh Lord. I forgot. Oh my gosh. I forgot how many times she stabbed him. Holy bejeez. Yeah, we had the blue-eyed butcher here. She stabbed her husband 193 times. 193 times. Could you imagine? Like, I mean, you would take a really long nap after that. Like super long. I would be so tired. Oh. There's a lot of weirdos out there like that. I can't think. Well, Jody's pretty cuckoo. She was so young. And she was actually attractive. Like, she could have done stuff with her life, but instead, look what she did. You'll spend the night searching. Oh, I can't wait till my boyfriend puts my new chair together.
All right, it's 3:15. We're back on the record. State versus Ashley Banfield. State, I don't know.
I think if you type
what you
it,
planned on.
when
I
you
think
type
said you had
it in,
7 witnesses
copy paste it won't
ready
go
for
in here.
today.
But I think you can type it in here.
You think we're going to get that far?
We have 2 crime scene techs in the hall. Mr. Borak, who is going to be relatively brief, I think, and then Ms. Conlon, who will not be relatively brief. And then I think we have 2 more on standby that are here.
Right, I have Ashley Byers out in the hall and, I'm sorry, Alicia Byers and Dr. Barbara Russell. I don't anticipate their testimony is going to be very long at all from the state side. So I was hoping to get them done today if possible, so they don't have to come back tomorrow.
All right. We'll see how far we get.
And just I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Oh, yeah,
we
you can
have,
send it to Facebook Messenger.
Some issues with Byers and with Russell.
Okay. But they're going to be later.
After the 2 crime scene techs.
Well, let's get through the 2 crime scene techs to guarantee we get through those. And then we'll see where we're at with time. And maybe we get to them today, maybe we don't. We'll do our best, obviously, because I'm with you. I've said before, I prefer to get, if you've got witness here, let's get through them. But maybe if we don't get there, that'll give you time to put whatever arguments you want on the record.
Sure.
Just while we're talking about scheduling, we have 8 witnesses scheduled for tomorrow. Depending on what happens today, it could be more. The last witness is our firearms person, and they're not available until Thursday morning. He's coming from Jacksonville. So I just wanted the court to know, because I know you were, like, if we got done a little bit early, I don't think will happen. We're not gonna have him until Thursday morning, but then that would be our last witness if we're on schedule.
All right.
Just so that everybody's aware. I don't wanna have them try to.
So that's a good update for you though, because you were saying, hey, because you had somebody who was getting a surgery next week, and
We had somebody getting surgery on the 1st, and we have
people coming in from out of town.
4 out-of-state people. Yeah.
So there you go. The state is just thinking they're going to finish Thursday morning.
If we're on schedule at the end of the day tomorrow, then we'll have 1 witness left.
So just FYI.
Yep.
All right. Are you ready to get the jury back in?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, are you ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, if y'all stop sidebarring every 5 seconds, you can finish this trial. Get her put in jail. Be right back. Got to get my packages off the porch.
All right. Welcome back. Y'all can have a seat. So I advised, well, it's cold today. So again, I apologize. It's set somewhere else. So just keep in mind I see some of you shivering throughout the rest of the trial. Please dress in layers so you're ready for kind of like going on that trip up north sometimes in the spring. You're never quite sure what to take, so be prepared. While you were outside, did anybody discuss amongst yourselves anything about this case or begin your deliberations? Did anybody discuss anything about the case with anybody outside of this group? Did anybody do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about? All right, everybody says no. When we took that break, the state was in the midst of presenting its case, so they're going to resume from there and call their next witness.
They would call Megan Dvorak. And Judge, I will need the screen for both of these witnesses, please.
Ma'am.
I hope Wynn's okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Good morning.
Oh.
Oh, good afternoon, Judge.
Welcome. My name is Judge White. I'll be presiding over the case. Make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. There you go. Adjust however you need to. Speak in a nice, clear voice right into that microphone. We'll hear everything.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Megan Dvorak, last name spelled D as in David, V as in Victor, O-R-A-C-K.
And by whom are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
12 years.
And what are your current duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I am a crime scene tech.
How long have you been a crime scene technician?
6 years.
And what did you do prior to becoming a crime scene technician?
I was a 911 dispatcher.
And as a crime scene tech, when you changed over from dispatch to crime scene, did you have to go through some training?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury about that?
We do an in-house training. It's usually 3 to 6 months. We have certain criteria that we need to get checked off on by our own training officers as well as the unit manager. And he deems it appropriate when we're able to respond to calls and process evidence on our own.
And were you working as a crime scene tech in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you asked, I'm going to draw your attention specifically to September 27th, 2020. Were you asked to assist in a homicide call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time were you called?
About 20 minutes to 9.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to respond to our CID interview area, which is at our main operations center, to meet with detectives and obtain photographs.
And what is CID?
Criminal Investigative Division.
And do you know what time, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And do you know what time you arrived?
I arrived at approximately 9:21 that evening.
And were you already said, I think you were asked to take photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that of?
Ashley Banfield.
Really?
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Well, you
And
do
what's the
live out in
process for
pasture
taking
country, so-
pictures of someone?
In this circumstance, we take overall photographs of the person as they are when we first see them, taking identification photos from the front of their face, the sides, and then we take photographs in various forms of them being stood fast in front of us. So we just go in clips from the top all the way down. So we do a face shot to her chest, middle area, and then legs, and then down to the feet. And so that's what we did first.
And then once you do that, what's the next thing you do?
The next thing we do, because I was also requested to, collect her clothing. By removing an item of clothing, we're also checking for further injuries at that time or any marks that need to be identified and photographed. So we started doing that.
May I approach her?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you states 21 through 30. Will you take a look at them and tell me if you recognize them?
Are you actually having to work today, Tina? Girl, you missed it. Kirsten had me look up this cannibal lady. She's a slaughterhouse worker. And her boyfriend, like in one fell swoop.
How do you recognize them?
These are the photographs I obtained that evening.
And do they fairly and accurately depict Miss Benfield
And LaDonna, did you not hear me reading about
photographed her on September 27th, 2020?
slaughterhouse
Yes, ma'am.
lady?
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 21 through 30.
Any objection?
It was horrible.
Will be received?
Thank you.
Why does she look so upset? Like,
Mr. Ward, you have a laser pointer there. You may have to check if it's on.
oh my gosh, she skinned him in like one.
It's on.
Okay.
One at one.
I'm gonna
the
start
whole
with
body just
state
skinned him
21.
one time, like one at one time.
And so
How
if
do
you'll
you do
just
that?
kind of, for the record, let me tell us what we're seeing in this picture.
He was serving up like
This
Thanksgiving
is
dinner for the whole
a front
family.
identification picture, as we call them, of
table
the
set and
subject that we're
everything.
photographing. Just like an ID photo that you would take on your driver's license.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, is that the time in which you're looking for any injuries?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries on Miss Benefield's face?
No.
And I'll show you states 22. This is her right side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
She had his head in a
And
pot,
states 23
boiling it with.
would be the
vegetables.
opposite side, left.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you observe any injuries on either of those sides of her face?
No, ma'am.
And so then you said you kind of just go down the body front and back.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
she had
I'm going
his
to show you
skin hanging
states
from a meat
24. Will you
hook.
tell me what we're seeing here?
This is a mid torso from her breast line down to her pelvic hip area, with obviously her arms crossed in front of her person.
And states 25.
It's her shin, just above
I
her
have a
shins,
tank top
and
that
down
says that.
to her ankles that are covered by shoes.
Thank you.
Puts the lotion
And
on the
states
skin.
26.
And this is a rear view of that same photograph.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, did you observe any injuries on her arms or legs?
I
On some
believe
tank
that
top.
I observed some redness on her right forearm, and some slight discoloration on the back of her left leg and upper right side of her right area, right thigh.
And so I'm showing you now states 27. Is that what you're, are you documenting her, the red mark you saw on her wrist in this photo?
Yes.
And you said at some point, or you did not observe any injuries to her face or head.
What?
I'll overrule.
Thank you. I believe you just testified that you didn't observe any injuries on her face or head. Is that correct?
I did not see any.
But did you document her left ear?
I did.
And I'm going to show you states 28. Is this her left ear?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you document her left ear?
Her attorney that was present at that evening with her in the room advised me that she had.
Hearsay.
I think it's
Is it offer for the truth?
No, it's effect on the listener.
All right, overruled.
Go ahead.
Her attorney that was in the room advised me that she had seen some redness on the defendant's ear. And so I did take it for posterity reasons.
On to the
photographs of that ear.
land, Donna.
Thank you. And then once you took these overall photos that we just saw and documented those, the scratch on her wrist, did you have her remove her t-shirt?
I did.
And did you observe any injuries once she removed her t-shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
I noticed a scratch, a little vertical scratch under her right breast.
I'm going to show you states 29. It's been cropped just for modesty purposes, but can you kind of orient us to where this is on Miss Benefield's body?
Looking straight forward at Miss Benefield, this would be just under the right breast area, just under the bra line. And
go ahead. And
right
then
here is the scratch I was referring to.
Thank you. And states 30, are these the scratches you mentioned on her hip?
Yes, so this would be the side of her right hip.
And
was there any skin under his?
I'm going to show you the picture. Up there, they kind of look brown, but were they in fact brown?
No, ma'am, they were red.
Thank you. And you said that's her right hip?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you observe any other injuries once Miss Benefield removed her clothing?
No, ma'am.
And did you collect her clothing?
I did.
Did you conduct any further investigation after you documented Miss Benefield?
No.
Do you have anything else for her? I don't have any further questions, Mr. Warwick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be asking the medical examiner if there was any skin under his nails. She is rotten.
Cross?
Yes.
Yeah, hello. Ask some questions, dude.
Your Honor, I think that the monitor did not accurately portray two of the photographs. I wonder if the court had any objections before I begin my cross-publishing these two.
Absolutely not. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Just hand him to the deputy.
Yes.
I know, right? Needs that little
Can you
white
state for the
bonnet.
record which numbers they
Her
were?
little
It would have been 29 and 30.
dress
29 and 30. Thank you.
for some buggy tomorrow. What is the deal? Why do they have to like have a huddle before each questioning? Y'all, just while we're waiting for this shenanigans, have y'all heard of the Hawk Tua girl? Just asking for a friend. I just learned about her. Apparently, this is what our society has come to.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Is it deputy or Ms.?
Crime scene, Dvorak or Mrs.
Okay. Are you a a licensed deputy or
No, I'm not a certified. I'm classified as civilian.
civilian? Okay, that works for the sheriff's department
Yes, sir.
as a crime scene technician.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Okay. So you, of course,
y'all are behind then.
filled out a report of the things that you did on that particular day, did you not?
Yes.
And among other things, as you've explained to us here this afternoon,
Well, the men love
Ms.
her.
Dorvick, you also
I don't know who
collected,
she
did
is.
you not, DNA swabs?
I did.
Okay, will you tell us what DNA swabs are?
DNA swabs, dependent upon what I'm being requested to swab, are utilized when I'm trying to get a possible DNA sample from an area. In this circumstance, I believe I
tons
took,
of money just for saying Haktua.
if I can just refer to my report,
Please,
Judge.
absolutely. Take your time. You can refer to your notes.
He's asking the judge.
Pretty confident.
I did take a buccal swab. We call it a buccal swab standard from the defendant. And then for this particular case, I took touch
I don't know
DNA
who
swabs,
asked her,
which meaning
but some
I
guy
was
asked her
swabbing
what she does in
specific
the
areas
bedroom to
that
get things
the
going, and she said
defendant's counsel had advised
to
me
a-
that I needed to swab in
Needless to say, she's selling
accordance
T-shirts
to find maybe
and all
possibly
kinds
some
of
of
stuff,
Mr.
and
Benfield's
it's a thing
DNA.
now. That's a saying.
I believe I swabbed
all the men love it.
several areas in reference to that.
Okay, and would those
What our
areas
society
that
has
you
come to, you
swabbed
guys.
include Miss Benefield's hands?
That's who's voting. People like that.
I did
why I'm
swab
so
her
worried.
forearm and wrist areas, both from the left and the right.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think you referred to that as touch DNA.
Yes.
In other words, trying to break this down in its simplest terms, it would indicate when the results came back whether or not a particular individual may have touched Ashley Benefield in those areas that you swabbed.
Objection.
If she can
Yeah,
answer.
LaDonna,
overruled.
like, what do you do in the bedroom
You may
to
answer.
motivate,
possible,
motivate
yes.
Okay.
things to move
And
along?
in
She said,
this instance,
Haktua.
by what you just expressed to us, you were taking those touch DNA samples off Miss Benefield's wrists and forearms to check to see if Douglas Benefield had touched her on that particular day.
I believe it was just to see if any touch DNA profile came back.
Okay, would Douglas Benefield be included in that?
I don't know for certain. I did not send off the swab, so I'm not sure who they were actually putting a profile against or running it against.
Centuries. She's
Okay, so
making
you
millions
swab
on right
it,
now.
it's sent off to the lab?
The detective is the one who determines what swabs get sent off and who the DNA comparison is related to.
Okay, and the lab analyzes it and sends it back?
Yes.
And when they send it back, they distinguish what individuals may or may not have left their DNA in the areas that you swabbed.
I can't answer that. I don't know what their results look like or what their job entails.
Well, do you know what the end result of your swabbing is for?
I do not.
Okay, you don't know whether it's to establish if somebody touched them in those areas.
I do swab to see if there is multiple or just one DNA profile in that area. But like I said, I don't know who, if they were sending him off to compare with Mr. Benefield's DNA or not.
I understand. So you don't know who, but when you swab, you're swabbing to see whether or not scientifically there's going to be evidence that someone may have touched Miss Benefield in those areas.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Well, everybody has a job, LaDonna. Look, everybody has a job. Your job, like in this chat, is to say funny stuff and do laughy emojis, okay? China's job is to come in and out of the chat because she's actually supposed to be working, apparently.
Storbeck, you have your report with you?
I do.
Would you look at the first page
Wynn's job is to lift
where you
everybody up
begin listing
and then tell us
the
about the crimes.
areas that you swabbed?
Everybody has a job.
Yes.
Does it not at the bottom also say that you swabbed the suspect's right hand and left hand?
Yes, it does. I
Not the
apologize. I missed that.
Miss Bennett, yeah,
Yes.
Miss Benfield's right hand and left hand.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so you did the right hand, the left hand, the right wrist, the left wrist, the right forearm, and the left forearm.
Yes, the forearms and wrists were one swab individually on both arms. And then, yes, I did swab both her right hand and her left hand individually.
And what do you do with the swabs after you've completed your task?
They are sealed with evidence tape and they are signed on the seal to ensure that the seal is not broken. And then I place them into our property and evidence division, to which the detective deems that they need to be sent off or not.
Who's the lead detective on this case?
Detective Justin Warren.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We were talking about the Hocktoa girl.
All right, can the witness be released? State?
Yes.
We have her under subpoena, Your Honor. I'm going to have to ask that you remain under.
All right, ma'am. You're not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked. So you're not to discuss your testimony or the questions asked of you with the attorneys or anyone else, any other witnesses. You're not to talk with any witnesses about their testimony or other evidence.
You must have had a
You're not
good
to
supper,
watch or
Jenny.
hear anything about the proceedings until you're released from your subpoena or the jury has been discharged.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can go. All right, State, call your next witness.
State would call me Conlon.
Well, from what I'm understanding, out of all these trials, is everybody has a job to do, and nobody knows each other. And no one communicates with one another. They just do their little bitty job and move on.
Oh, man. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about to 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need. Speak in a loud, clear voice right into it. You should be able to hear everything. We hear you breathing, you know you're too close.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Friel.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
It's Amanda Conlon, Conlon.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
20 years.
And have you been, what is your current duties? What are your current duties?
A crime scene technician.
And have you been a crime scene technician that whole 20 years?
No.
What did you do before that?
I was in teletype, which is part of dispatch.
And then how long have you been in the crime scene unit?
17 years.
And what kind of training do you get to become a crime scene technician?
I went to St. Pete College and for crime scene specifically.
And then once you join the unit, do you have any on-the-job training?
Yes.
And do you continue to receive trainings if methods change or new science evolves?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And in the same capacity?
Yes.
Okay. And were you called out to a scene at 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did you arrive there?
Approximately, I got called at 1937 hours. And I think I arrived about 28 hours approximately.
Okay, so just because I don't math. 7:37 p.m.?
Yes.
And then you got there at 8:28?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And was law enforcement already on scene?
Yes.
And how do you get called out to a scene?
It was a Sunday night and I was on call. So since I was the on-call person, Sergeant Moss was the one who actually called me out that night.
And when you arrived there, without telling what they say, did you speak to law enforcement to get an idea of what had happened?
Yes.
And what is your task there on scene at White Rock Terrace?
Once I arrive and wait for the search warrant to arrive, I can only take photographs of the outside of the residence on the street of where the crime scene tape was. And when the search warrant arrived, then I was able to enter the residence.
And prior to entering the residence at 11331, did you go next door to the neighbor's house?
Yes.
And why'd you go over there?
There was a firearm that I needed to collect.
And tell me about that. Where was the firearm?
When I arrived, Detective Ackerman was outside the residence with the firearm, which was in a paper bag.
And was it secured, I guess? Is that?
He secured it, yes.
And what type of firearm was it?
It was a Springfield .45 caliber.
And when you got there, had it already been unloaded or was it still?
It was still, the magazine was still loaded.
And it did in fact have bullets in it?
It had one in the chamber and 3.
And what type of ammo was in the firearm, if you recall?
.45 caliber and Hornady, I believe.
And once you collect the gun, what do you do with it?
On scene that night, I secured it in my van, locked my van.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, I'm first going to show you states 31, 32, and 33. Will you take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I recognize them.
And how you recognize them?
Those are my photographs that I took of the gun that was next door.
Yeah, as soon as
And did it appear to fairly and
they'll be
accurately
in
depicted as
prison.
you found it on September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter 30 through 31, 32, and 33.
Any objection?
No.
Received?
Thank you. And may I publish them?
Yes.
I don't understand why people do this over, like, just figure it out.
Ms. Conlon, there's a pointer there. I don't think you'll need it at this point, but if you do, I'm going to show you first states 31. What's the purpose of this picture?
Well, I think most of the evidence they've
That
been
is
showing
the
they're
next
not
door
allowed to
neighbor's
show.
house. So I'm showing the address.
And I'll
Or
show
the
you
judge
states
is saying,
32.
the judge is allowing cameras without,
Is that how you found the firearm
won't
that
allow
day
them to show
or
the
that
evidence.
evening?
Yes.
Pictures.
And are those potentially Detective Ackerman's feet there?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the front porch of that same address?
Yes.
And then states 33.
That's the firearm.
And the slide is back in this firearm, in this picture. Was that done by the detective prior to you getting it from him?
Yes.
Oh,
Thank you.
well, look at that.
I can't get it to close. And Ms. Conlon, I left an item there with you. It is states 13. Would you take a look at this item and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the box that I packaged the gun in, and it's got the information on the side of it.
And your information from when you packaged it?
Yes.
And did you look inside? It's open. Yep.
Yes.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you packed it back in September of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 13.
Received?
Thank you. Would it be okay if the deputy just walked in front of
I
the?
think, yes, I would prefer that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, the gun wasn't fully loaded, unless it was was it a small one? I didn't miss the.
Thank you.
Didn't think they were going to show it.
After you collected the gun, I think I got ahead of myself earlier. At some point, do you enter 1133?
Is it a baby Glock?
1 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your, what do you do when you enter, when you are processing the scene, you said you'd already taken outside photos?
Yes.
And so what's the
I was
next
gonna
step?
say, when
I start to take photos into the inside, and I entered through the garage
Well,
door, which was open. I entered then into a hallway where there was a laundry room on the left side of me. And
our
then as
days
I
are numbered.
continued down the hallway, there was 2 bedrooms on my left side. And then there was a bathroom at the very end of this hallway.
And so do you document the entire inside of the house before there's any searches or evidence collected?
Yes.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, I'm going to show you states 34 through 82. It'll take you a minute, but if you'll go through each of those and let me know when you're done.
Look, Leslie, none of us want to be here to you, so don't worry. You're not the only one who's annoyed and irritated. We're just waiting for the guilty verdict, okay? Right. That's what I know. I've been looking at her and I'm like, you know what, LaDonna, you were wrong. She couldn't hold out for the week. She couldn't even get through the day.
You looked at them all?
Yes.
And do you recognize states 34 through 82?
Look, she's already wiped off
And how
that
do you recognize them?
side eye
Those
under
are the
bag.
photographs
Look.
I took that night.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the home as it was when you documented it and then collected evidence back in September of 2020?
Yes.
And I'm also going to show you state 16 is laying there. You kind of were describing the layout.
Mhm.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the residence.
Look, she's
And
trying to
does
look
it
like a woman that got told to do the dishes
Depict the
twice.
portion of the residence we are going to discuss this afternoon.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would ask to enter states 16 and states 34 through 82.
Any objection? No. They'll all be received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I publish?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Conlon, would that sketch, if I had blown it up, assist you in describing the house as we walk through it?
Yes.
And can you take a look at this? 16.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, feel free to reposition yourself as you need to get a clear view of what's going on.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Conlon, we're gonna, you have a pointer there. So we're gonna kind of walk through this house.
Let's walk
through
through
your
the house,
pictures and this
Let's take a tour.
sketch if you don't mind.
Open house.
Okay, so you said you entered through the garage. Will you just point out for the jury where that is in this
Right
picture? Or the sketch, sorry.
Right there.
Okay.
Garage.
And then you already said you went in through a laundry room. So if you just kind of point to where you walked through.
I walked through here.
Okay.
And this floor plan.
And I'm gonna
see.
steal those pictures. I'm gonna start with states 34. What is this picture?
This is the driveway of the residence.
And this is the 1331, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's a U-Haul truck.
Correct.
Okay. And then this is states 35. What is this?
This is still the driveway, and this is one of the storage pods and the U-Haul.
And then you said you went in through the garage.
Does not
Correct.
come with the
This is
home.
States 36. Where are you standing in this photo? When you take this photo, sorry.
I'm standing right in the entranceway of the garage.
As you can see,
And then
all of this will be
States
removed before you move
37.
in.
What do we see here?
There's a lot
Still
of
the
stuff.
garage.
And what is that doorway that's depicted in
A
the
lot.
middle of States 37?
So that's the hallway. And then once I enter that hallway, the laundry room's right there on the left-hand side.
And States 38, is this laundry room you were just discussing?
Yes.
And then once you go through the laundry room, what's the first thing you encounter?
Past the laundry room, there's a bedroom, which is right here.
And did you enter that bedroom and document it with a photo?
Yes, I did.
And that's States 39. Is this that bedroom that on the sketch is labeled child's bedroom?
Yes.
And were there things in this bedroom that indicated to you that potentially a child lived in that bedroom?
Yes.
It doesn't have to be
Such
a child's
as?
bedroom though. If you move
There was
in,
a
it can be
small
whatever you
mattress
want.
and there were some items in the
You
closet.
don't like children.
Now, after you went in there, where's the next area you go?
I'm continuing down the hallway and there's the second bedroom.
And we're going to come back to that one. Eventually, do you go through into the living room area?
Yes. So once I get to the end of the hallway, then I start my photos around here in the kitchen.
And this is States 40. What area are we looking at here?
You're in the living room right now.
And this, we're going to have dueling laser pointers. This here, what door is that?
That's the front door.
Okay. So that's on the right side. of the
Dueling
picture.
laser pointers.
Thank you. And then here, is that the same front door on the left side of this
That's right.
picture, States 41?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you depicting here?
The dining room.
And then in States 42,
The GUN room.
where are you standing now when you take States 42?
So I'm standing in the living room and
Kirsten.
I'm closest to the kitchen, like right in this area.
Thank you. And did you document the kitchen?
Yes.
And where is this was this a pantry in States 43?
Yes.
Okay, and where is it?
It's right there.
And then this is this sketch is only the part of the house that we're going to talk about today. Is that right?
Correct.
It's a floor plan.
Or is there something
to
past
see
the
the floor plan.
kitchen and those bathrooms there?
Yes, there's a
Show
master
the
bedroom and bathroom in this
You're
area.
not going to show the floor plan?
And did you go back and document that room?
I did.
Did you find anything of evidence in that room?
No, I didn't.
Thank you.
No, it was the butler.
Once you walked through the whole home and you said you had gone into that bedroom we called Miss Benefield's bedroom on the sketch,
with the knife.
do you also document any evidence that you find?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you States 44.
In the library.
Can you tell us what we're seeing here and then show us where this would be on that sketch?
Ezra.
So that's
That
blood,
chick is cuckoo
and that's the
for Cocoa
entranceway of this bedroom right here. So it would be going this way.
And just to be clear, the wood part would be the
freakazoid
bedroom and
that
the
girl
tile would be
is.
the hallway.
Correct.
They, thems.
And
whatever
then
she refers.
Is this the same entranceway from a different angle?
Yes.
And
Her name's not even.
were you made aware of what that smear was from or that blood mark?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was
weird
from the
shit.
victim being dragged out to be worked on.
And did it go did it start in that bedroom?
Yes.
And where did it end?
It ended at the front door.
And I'll show you States 46. I think it's a little more clear, but this is the bedroom.
Correct.
Thank you. And then what bedroom is this?
This is once again the same bedroom.
And this is 47. And we'll call this Miss Benefield's bedroom if that's okay with you.
Okay.
And so what are we looking at here?
I've started to take my photographs like in a 360 inside the bedroom. So I'm documenting right now the blood that's right there in the middle.
And I'm just gonna, can you just kind of mark it on there? Circle it, I guess. There you
So,
go.
yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
she's
you. And
doodling.
that's stage
She's just doodling
47.
on that paper. Drawing hearts.
Oh.
Flowers. She's starting out with little circles. That's
Stage
just sleeping.
48. There's some, would you call them bifold doors there?
Yes.
And what is that we're looking at the
She
base
was a
of?
politician.
That's
They
closet.
She was sleeping during her own trial.
And then this is stage 49. Is that the same closet?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you said you did a 360 view. Does that mean you take pictures of the whole room?
Yes, corner to corner, as best I can.
Thank you. And this is stage 50. What are you documenting here?
Once again, the room, I'm just standing at a different corner, and then I'm starting to focus in on the casings that are in the room.
And after you've gone through these pictures, do you later mark items of evidence in a certain way?
Yes.
And how do you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I will come back and place evidence markers down by anything that I think is evidence.
And did you do that in this room?
I did.
I'm going to show you stage 51. This is the same bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. So what markers do we see here?
You're seeing 1 through 6.
And do you then also kind of zoom in or get closer pictures of what each item you're documenting?
Yes.
And so we'll start with, this is stage 52. That's that same room we've been seeing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And
yeah, Kirsten,
in
she's
stage
involved like a
51, we can see that
person.
next to the room is marker number 1.
Crime.
Yes.
Okay. So it's just kind of hidden in this picture. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Some
So
random
if
guy.
I'm capable, I'm going to try to zoom in. What are you documenting in state 1?
I'm starting to get close-ups of the evidence markers and the casings that are next to them.
Okay. And so at at markers 1, 2, and 3 here in states 52, what are those 3 items?
They're casings.
This computer's killing me. And then in states 53,
I love how you can hear them say stuff.
where are you standing now?
Now my back is towards the wall, so I'd be right in front of evidence markers 1, 2, and 3.
And we see 4 and 6. What other markers do we see that we have not seen before in this picture?
So 4 and 6 and 5. 5 is in the corner.
And then is that white sticker on the wall a marker also?
Yes, that's 7 is.
Two and 3.
Correct.
And did you collect those 3 casings?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 4, 5, and 6. Will you take a look at those 3 items and tell me if you recognize them?
I feel like a tantrum's about to come in.
Yes, I do.
How do you
Well, he's
recognize
the
them?
They've got my ID, my last name, my seal.
And do they, other than having been repackaged for trial purposes, do states 4, 5, and 6 appear in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged them?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter 4, 5, and 6.
Any objection to states 4, 5, and 6?
How come some
Received.
pictures he shows
Your
and some
Honor.
he doesn't? I don't understand.
Now we're at states picture 55. What are you depicting here?
Pardon me.
So there's a casing there, but also a close-up of the blood.
And did you collect that casing?
I did.
Same question on state
I
7.
mean, there's blood right
Do you
there.
recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, my seal.
And other than being repackaged, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged it?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter state 7.
Any objection to states 7?
No, sir.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge, can we just publish by having these casings passed, these 4 casings passed?
You see them?
Yes, sir. You want to-
No, I just hold them up. Yes, you may pass those.
Thank you.
He said, keep it time. I said, I'm getting ready. Prepping for it right now. He's weird.
You got them all, Deputy? All right, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. I'll show you states 56. We see 1, 2, and 3, which we've already discussed, but also number 5. What were you documenting with tent number 5?
There's a projectile at 5.
And in states 57, is that a close-up of that projectile?
Yes.
And did you collect it?
Yes.
I know YouTube's weird, LaDonna.
Take a look at
See,
states
like, why do
9
they
and
show
tell
some
me
stuff
if
and
you
not
recognize
everything?
it.
I don't understand. I
I
couldn't
do.
even see the floor
And how do
plan
you
of the
recognize
house.
It's my last name, my ID, and my CO.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from marker number 5?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this
They
time, the
do,
state would
yeah.
ask to enter states 9.
No objection.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're looking back
Oh,
out
really?
of the same bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
This is states 58.
That's random.
And we see a
That's
marker
weird,
we have
'cause I
not
don't
seen
have a
before
mark on my comment.
in the middle there. Well, a couple.
Because I'm like,
But
bring
that
it.
first one in the hallway.
I don't care what y'all got to say. Say
I'll
whatever you
sustain.
want. People say all
She can
kinds of ugly
explain.
things to
Thank
me
you.
all the time.
Can you tell me which markers you see in this picture?
I mean, I had
So
somebody
going
say
out
one
into
day
the hallway
something
towards
ugly.
the
They
front
said
door,
I didn't wear
it's 13, 14, 15.
And would
You
you
don't
point to
think
them
it
if you don't
wasn't
mind with that laser pointer?
Okay, dang.
Right there,
Rude.
there, and there.
And then on the wall, do we see a marker, or is there any other markers besides number
You got
6 and the
scoop?
ones
You
you
got
just
some tea?
discussed?
Spill
Number
some tea,
7.
LaDonna.
And what were you documenting with number
I want to
7?
hear some.
A projectile hole.
Dang.
And this is states 59.
Put that hole in the wall.
Is that the same hole?
Yes.
Thank you. And at some point, did you attempt to determine what happened to
Yeah,
the projectile
code word.
after it went through number 7?
Yes.
And were you able to figure that out?
Yes.
Like linguistics.
And where did it go?
It ended up in the bathroom's door frame.
And do you have some type of equipment that you use to try to help you in that, to figure out the path of a bullet?
Morse code. That's what I
trajectory
got.
rod?
I got
And
Morse
did you use
code
that
on
in
my
this case?
I did.
bracelet.
I'm going to show you state 60. And if you could describe for the jury what they're seeing here, please.
So the hole starts at 7 and enters. So that's an entryway. Then this is where it ended up. So the projectile's right there at 11 in the door frame.
Thank you. And did you document the path that it took?
I did.
Okay. So that was state 60, if I didn't state it for the record. This is state 61.
So that would be on the other side of 7. So 7's an entry. 8 is an exit. So that's going into the bathroom cabinet underneath the sink.
And if you can, well, I guess, so 7 would be on the opposite side of the wall?
In the bedroom, correct.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
And then after it left 8, did you determine where it went?
Its path continued through the cabinet door.
And this is state 62. What do we see here?
So now it is entering the cabinet door. So that's what number 9 is labeling.
Thank you. And what's this in states 63?
So
dang.
that's
What
the
the heck
same
did you do,
cabinet
Kirsten?
door, and this is it exiting that cabinet door.
And
Don't
this
do it
is
again, because you get blocked
state
again.
64 for perspective. We show us, just point to where states, the marker 10
Oh my
is.
goodness.
Right there.
10, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, 10.
And did you determine the final resting place of this projectile?
I did.
And where was it?
It's at 11 in the door frame.
What the heck?
So this is state 65. What's this?
That is where the projectile
I'm telling you,
ended
man,
up.
we're just babying these
And
people too much.
state 66, what do we see here?
That is a close-up, and you can actually see the projectile right there.
And did you dig it out of the wall?
I did.
And state 67, what do we see here?
No, I posted a comment on
That
the
is,
channel the other
it's
day.
been
And
dug
it
out,
didn't even
so
show up.
that's just showing that it came out and it's right there.
And did you collect that projectile?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 8. Same questions. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID,
I think she's already
and my
breaking
seal.
character.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same
She's
condition
not
as
a
when
very
you
sympathetic
removed it
defendant.
from the
Like,
wall back in
she's not
September of
somebody that
2020?
you
It does.
can
Yeah,
even like
at this time, the state
relate
would ask to
to.
enter states 8.
Like, if you're a juror, like we're
Received.
alternate jurors, right? We're self-appointed alternate jurors, so I can't even relate to
I'm going
her.
to show you state 68. Can you tell me what you're
This thing's
documenting
very,
here?
So that is the blood trail. So I'm now in
I
the
don't know, I
living room,
can't-
dining room area. So that's 14, 15, and 16 are all blood.
And we saw a 14, 15, and 16 in a previous picture. Are these the same
I had
ones?
to delete
Yes.
my
You only
Facebook
use
like
each
3
number
times
once.
because I
Correct.
was in.
Thank you.
I got
And
on Facebook a lot.
this door, what is the door
now
in the
my
middle
new
of this
Facebook
picture?
is,
That's the front door.
I don't even have any
And then
friends.
state 69, what do we see here?
I only have a
So
few people.
I continued outside because there was more blood outside. So that is right in the front entrance outside the front door. So it would be right in this area.
I can say
So
whatever I
that's
want
17
on
and
Twitter.
18 with blood.
Thank you. And when you said this area, you pointed, but I didn't see. Would you mind?
Yes, right in this area.
Thank you. Did you
Oh,
locate any
Shanda?
other
Yeah.
projectiles in the home?
I did.
And where was it?
That's who
Where-
she
was
reminds
it
me
one
of.
or
You're
more?
right, LaDonna.
It's one more, just one more.
And where was it?
It's in the living
And it
room.
was way uglier to look
And
at.
did you document
She
that with
looked way-
photos?
oh,
I
God.
did.
I'm gonna show you state 70. What do we see here? And if you could just show us on that sketch where we're looking.
So this is in the living room and it's right by the door. So it's right here. So there's the window.
Oh,
So it's right
same.
there.
Thank you. And what is this item in state 71, if you know?
It's that it's some
We
kind of
definitely
shelving.
do not live in.
And
a
what are you documenting in this
democracy.
photo?
The path that the projectile took,
There's no
And
such
can you
thing
just point to the
as
jury
freedom
what
of
you
speech
used?
right there,
or
there,
freedom.
and there's the projectile hole.
Thank you. And this is state 72. Is this the projectile you just told us about?
It is.
And did you remove it from the wall?
I did.
And you collected it?
I did.
I'll show you states 10. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And does, other than repackaged for trial purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 10.
Yeah, people like that.
Received.
And may I have the deputy pass 8, 9, and 10, Your Honor?
We can't really complain too much about freedom. There's other places that have it way worse than we do. So, but I think we're very brainwashed. Lots of propaganda. Yeah, Shanda, that chick, Shanda, whatever her name is. Ugh. And I was watching a video of the son. I don't know if that's her family behind her or not. I think her. I don't know how much family she has. All I've ever heard mentioned of was her mom. Yeah, her son, he was doing a video, like on a video game thing.
All right, State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Conlon, did you find
He was
any firearms
so
in this
skinny.
home?
I did.
Like so skinny.
And I want to show you States 49. We previously viewed it. What do we see here in 49?
I don't think she cared for any of her
The
kids.
backpack that's in the closet.
And did you search that backpack?
I did.
And did you document that search?
I did.
And so this is State 73. Is that the same backpack?
Yes.
And what did you find inside that backpack?
A firearm.
Did you find anything to indicate to you whose backpack it was?
There was a driver's license.
And this is State 74. Is this the driver's license you found in the backpack?
Yes.
And would you mind telling me the name on it?
Ashley Banfield.
Thank you.
You said Paul and his fiance.
And what do we see here in State 75?
That's the firearm.
And then at some point later, once you collected it, did you lay it out and document it?
I did.
I'm going to show you State 76. And let me ask you first,
baby
what
Glock. That's a
kind of
baby gun.
firearm was it?
Yeah.
It was a Sig Sauer 380.
And in State 76, is that the same firearm?
Yes.
I can zoom in if you,
She has two guns.
maybe,
That's what I have. A little 380.
to be sure, or give you the other picture.
This little baby gun.
Is that the Sig Sauer?
It is.
Thank you.
Oh, she got a little Sig.
And I'm going to show you States 43. We saw this picture. This is in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value in that pantry?
Yes.
And what was it?
A firearm.
And can we see it here in this picture?
You can't see it, but it's where the Jiffy peanut butter is. There's a basket, and it's in that basket.
How many guns does she
And
have?
so now, State 77. Is that the same Jiffy or Jif?
Yeah.
Okay. And 78.
The basket's been taken down to a lower shelf, and then the firearm's in there.
Whoa.
And
whoa.
did you also later document this firearm on some brown paper?
I did.
And in State 79, is that what we see?
Yes.
Oh,
And what kind of firearm was that?
It was a Springfield 9mm.
Thank you.
Nice. Those guns are not cheap, y'all.
Did you collect an
Sig?
I'm sorry.
Springfield.
Let's go
Ooh,
back
nice.
to the Sig that was in the closet. Was it loaded?
It was.
And you said that was a 380?
Oh, yes.
And the one that this one we're looking at here, was it loaded?
Yes.
And in this picture, can
Oh,
you
he
tell us what
wasn't,
all we
'cause he
see
was
in this
super
picture?
skinny.
It's been secured, so the slide is back. This is the magazine. So there was one in the chamber and then 9 in the magazine.
And they're still in the magazine at this point?
Correct.
Thank you. And I know you already said 9mm?
Yes.
Thank you. Just don't want to get them confused. Did you collect any other items of evidence from the home?
Yes.
Okay. And what were they?
2 cell phones were collected.
And I'm going to show you States 80. What is this item?
That is a cell phone which was on the living room couch.
And you collected it?
I did.
You're the main person, clerk.
Yes.
She had herself a little baby arsenal. I like it. You go, girl. She didn't have cheap guns either. Ballerina with bullets.
Ms. Conlon, I'm showing you States 11. you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And is that the phone we see? I'm sorry, what is it?
It is the cell phone that's on the couch.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the same color, everything.
And is it documented with this case number and the time of this case?
Yes.
And other than possibly some paperwork being added, does it appear to be the same or substantially the same condition?
Yes.
The state would ask to enter states 11.
No objection.
Received.
Thank you. And how many phones did you collect?
2.
And where was the second phone?
In the garage.
And what do we see here in states 81?
So it's a shelf. So it's right outside, going back to the garage. So it's a shelf that's right
each
here.
of those guns she has,
It's the
about
entryway
500
into
bucks
the
apiece.
house. So there was a shelf
big
area.
And is that same phone depicted in states 82?
Yes.
It's a big
I'm
phone.
showing you states 12. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
The case number, what kind of phone it was,
and
the date that this occurred.
Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. And
this if you have.
does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it back in September of 2020?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 12.
No objection.
Are you leaving
Received.
China?
Once you collected these phones, what did you do with them?
I'll see you
Everything
later.
was secured
Have a
back
good
in the
day.
lab
Be
once I cleared
careful.
the scene. But these 2 phones were assigned over to a detective so they can be searched.
And what detective was that?
Ski, Plazinski.
Thank you. His last name?
Plazinski.
Thank you.
I just call him Ski.
Other than after what we've just gone through from September 27th, were you later asked to do something else in this case?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was on October 1st.
And what were you asked to do?
To photograph
go late every day because
Ashley Banfield.
they're in Florida.
And did you do
Gonna
that?
start
I did.
early.
And where did
for
that
me.
take place?
In our CID.
7:30 in the morning.
And I'm going to show you states 83, 84, and 85. You haven't seen these today. Do you recognize them?
That Thursday we're going to be watching
Yes.
Michael.
And how do you recognize them?
They're the photos I took of Ashley.
And do they appear, or do they fairly and accurately depict how she appeared to you back in October 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would ask to enter and publish 83, 84, and 85.
No objection.
Received.
And what was the purpose of taking pictures of her?
416.
So that everything
426.
occurred. And I know
326.
Megan took pictures of her that night, but sometimes bruising does not show up for a couple days. So that was why I went back to take pictures of her.
And did you observe any injuries on her body?
There were scratches. Yes.
Ooh.
I'm going to show you
I don't
states
think she's going to
83.
testify.
What's the purpose of this photo?
It's just to show who I'm taking a picture of.
And did you observe any injuries
She's not
to
gonna
Ms. Benefield's face or neck?
I did not.
And then state 84.
Oh, I hate her.
So that's the scratches.
Even more now.
And just for orientation purposes, that's the right side of her body.
Yes.
Thank you. And states 85.
The scratch in her back.
And for orientation purposes, what side of her body would that be?
Actually, I'm sorry, it's not her back. It's
Oh my gosh, Gwen, are you serious?
see this real quick?
That
I believe it's right under her bra line.
It's been cropped quite down.
Yeah. So it's the right side of her body.
Thank you. And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
yeah, she ain't even been spending time in jail.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
She's been at home.
Thank
She's
you.
full of caca, man. That's all makeup.
Thank you, Ms. Conlon. I don't have any other questions.
Look, I got 2 words, and maybe it's 3 words. I don't know. There's a dude behind her. Ozempic pocket picker.
All right, Mr. Taylor, do you need any of the displays?
I'd like to just take a moment, Your Honor, and look through the pictures.
Yeah, I can't believe that you're still having to suffer that, Gwen. That is awful. Oh my gosh, I feel for you. I mean, think about it, LaDonna. How many dang shirts has that good dude been through? Because he keeps sticking pins in his pocket. He needs a pocket protector. And you know it ain't easy for him to get shirts his size. Oh my Lord, God forgive me. Yeah, I just can't believe it. Can you wait till the 14th of August? That's crazy.
You break it, you buy it.
Dude, you have had 4 years to get ready for this dang trial. She's a crime scene tech dude.
So, Mr. Taylor, would you like me to leave that on, or would you like me to get that out of your way?
You can pull it up.
Yes, sir.
I know you will, Gwen. Good grief.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
You took more pictures on that day than were actually introduced here this afternoon.
Correct.
All right. Let me pass this one to you and see if it's one of the photographs that you took. May I, Your Honor? May I approach?
Yes, of course.
Yes, I did take this photograph.
Okay. State chose not to offer that to you, so I'd like you to identify it for us.
It is Ashley. I'm assuming it's her maiden name, Byers. It is her, and it's her concealed weapons firearm license.
Okay. And is it an accurate reproduction, just like all the other photographs that you took on that day?
Yes.
You move respectfully, Your Honor, introduce it as defense exhibit number 2.
Any objection?
No, I recognize the state police. We have no objection.
Thank you. Received.
That big guy behind him is his secretary. I mean, the guy behind him is his secretary.
Has that already been marked?
Or
Yes, sir.
Okay.
assistant.
We pre-marked all of them.
Thank you.
Ms. Conlon, I want to just concentrate for a moment on the cell phone that you said that was on the couch that you recovered.
Yes.
Let me just try to refresh your recollection as to whether or not that cell phone, rather than being on the couch, was in the couch.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it was originally in the couch, and then it was removed and put on top to take the photograph.
The crime scene photographs that you took, I want to make sure we understand. You went in there and took these photographs and processed it after the deputies and EMS were in there.
Correct.
So what your photographs tell us, correct me if I'm wrong, is that that's the way the scene appeared at the time you took the photograph.
Correct.
It's not necessarily the way the scene was prior to the time you snapped your photograph.
Correct.
So in other words, the broom, just as an example, that was in one of the photographs, that broom may very well have been knocked aside when the deputies were working on Mr. Banfield, trying to assist him.
Yes, that's possible.
And that could apply to the shell casings as well when the EMS people dragged Mr. Banfield out of the bedroom.
Correct.
You would have no way of knowing.
Correct.
All your photographs tell us is how things looked when you took the photograph.
Correct.
Yeah, and he's only like
The
22.
blood marks from the bedroom all the way out to the front door, once again, is the scene after the EMS went through there along with the deputies.
Correct.
The last thing I want to ask you is, you did, to my knowledge, 2 separate reports. Is that correct?
I believe it was one. If you would show me what you're looking at.
Sure. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
So these are my property receipts.
Yes, okay.
So that would be separate from the original written report.
Okay, but these are reports that you did.
Correct, yes.
And one of them, correct me if I'm wrong, crime scene.
Yes, crime scene.
Or Ms. Common.
Yes, yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the dates of the report is on the day of the incident, 9/27/20.
Correct.
Okay, and the second one is on October 12th of 2020.
Yes.
And on both of these reports, Ms. Conlon, you, under type of case, noted as a homicide.
Correct.
When you're photographing this scene and executing your duties, all you know is that somebody died as a result of what happened there.
Correct.
You don't know whether or not it was a crime.
I do not know.
That's why you call it a homicide.
Correct.
If you knew it was a crime, you'd call it a murder.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Sorry, no, just 1 second.
A jam up, Kirsten. Filibuster's like a jam up.
I don't have anything else, Judge. Thank you.
No? All right. Hold on 1 second. Can she be released?
Yes.
Can she be released from her subpoena?
No, we'd like to keep her under.
Oh my
All
gosh,
right,
you're
Ms. Conlon,
such a
you are not released from
butthole.
your
You
trial.
had like 2 questions.
I'll let you finish.
You are not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so that means you
Let's
cannot
see,
discuss
so
your
what he's doing
testimony
right
here
now,
today with anyone
Kirsten,
outside this
this is
courtroom,
a
including
filibuster.
the attorneys.
He's
You
basically
can't talk
jamming
about it with
these
any other witnesses. You can't
crime
talk with
scene
witnesses
texts
about
up,
what they
so
testified about or
they
what
can't
questions
do
were asked of
anything
them.
else.
All right, so remain available.
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Freaking crime scene text. Their job is
Can
to
we publish
basically
our
all her
defenses
job
if
was
please?
to take
Absolutely,
pictures
yes.
and collect
Gotcha.
what she thought was possible
That's it.
evidence.
Yes,
That was it.
defense 2.
Just
And-
vote.
That was it.
Well, hold on, but the deputy has something else in his hand.
That's the report. Yeah, that was his,
That's yours.
yes.
All right. And we'll publish 2.
And he
Ms. Conlon,
he has nothing else
There's a lot
for
of
these
stuff
crime
flying
scene
around.
texts.
Just look through your
keeping them
file, make sure that.
hanging on for no
Yeah.
reason. They literally don't have anything left for this case. Poor thing. It's almost over today, honey.
Everything's yours?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. You're free to go for now. Be available if they need you again. Yes. Thank you.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, while they're looking at defense 2, go ahead and approach.
Oh, good Lord. This is going to be it for the day because this jackwagon over here is asking questions like, what color was the paint on the wall? Was it the same color when you walked in as when it was before you got there? I don't know because I wasn't there before I got there. If I could turn back time, if I could find a way. She's jamming.
All right, members of the jury. So we've had a very busy day. And
Very busy.
Talking with the attorneys, we're right on time. We're doing great. There's some couple legal matters that I need to address before we go to tomorrow, just to kind of smooth things out and make sure the presentation doesn't take up too much of your time and it's as smooth as possible. And I think what I'd prefer to do is go ahead and let you all go for the evening now. And then we're going to stay and work. I don't want you to think we're going to run home right now. We're going to stay and work, talk about tomorrow, and get it all worked out so we can hit the ground running.
No, we don't get to go home.
Now, I had originally said that tomorrow morning I might need to start late because I had court. That resolved itself, but I think we're still moving along pretty good. So I think we're going to look for a 9 o'clock start time
Yes,
tomorrow.
thank you.
So if you could be
Jesus,
downstairs in the
I can sleep
jury
in 30
assembly
more
room
minutes.
at
Bless you,
I
Lord.
almost said 7:45,
We
8:45.
do love your children.
That should be plenty of time. The deputies will come get you.
Donna.
Is
We'll
anybody
see you
thinking
in the
tomorrow?
morning.
Okay. Do you know if everybody's been released? You think
Jesus loves me. He's going to give me 30 more minutes.
there won't be any jurors? Okay. I was just checking because a lot of times we'll pick juries on Mondays and Wednesdays. So I was just checking to see if there's going to be a whole bunch of people down there. The clerk says probably not. So you probably have the room to yourself. If there are people there for civil juries or something like that, if you all could kind of stay
Like Kirsten
generally
gets
in
some
the
rest.
same area, you have to sit right next to each other. But that way we kind of know
I'm
where
glad I got
everybody's
on
at.
here. I
So you're
didn't,
free to
y'all.
go for the
But
evening.
y'all make
Maybe
my
beat the
day
traffic. Remember,
great.
please.
Oh no, 30. I get 30 more minutes
last
of
night
sleepy
you
time
got
tomorrow
home and
because he's not
family and
starting
friends or work was probably asking
trial
how's it
until
going.
8 in the
You got
morning.
to say, hey, I don't know anything yet. We haven't done opening.
So I get 30 more minutes of sleepy time in the morning since Jesus loves me. So I get to sleep in and enjoy my heat pad a little longer in the morning. I almost didn't hop on today, but thank you guys. Y'all made it all better and all worth it. So I appreciate it. So yeah, I will see y'all in the morning. I'm gonna yeah, thanks, Kirsten. That was great. I appreciate that. I just typed in what you wrote, and that's what it brought up. So, all right, Gwen, get some rest. Good Lord. I will be praying for you. Oh my gosh. All right, I will see y'all in the morning, baby.